All right, everybody. It's August 4th. We're here for the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners in Clear Creek. We're going to start off with administrative approval of marijuana license. Nanette.
That's correct. We would like to just name all the licenses that are being approved, just for the record, if that's all right.
Can we come up to the table?
Oh, sure, sorry. Good morning. They're all standard renewals. If we could be allowed to just name all the licenses that are being renewed for the record, that'll be helpful. We have Tamil Pius Partners, LLC, Retail Marijuana Products Manufacturing, Nature Med Incorporated, Medical Marijuana Infused Products Manufacturing and Retail Products Manufacturing, Nomadic LLC, Medical Marijuana Infused Products Manufacturing, Medical Marijuana Cultivation, Investments, etc., Medical Marijuana Infused Products Manufacturing, and Exit 243 Retail Marijuana Store. All the departments have reviewed. There's no issues with any of the renewals.
Okay, so you're recommending approval?
Yep.
And this is not,
Just a head nod type of situation. We don't need, there's no hearing or anything.
okay, yeah, consider them approved.
Great, thank you.
So now we're on to 8:35 public comment. I notice we have a few people in the room. We also may have some people online. If you came here today to make a public comment, if you're online, please raise your hand so that we can acknowledge you and move you over as a panelist. And if you are here in the room, just stand up and walk over to the podium and let us know who you are and what you have to say.
Are you online?
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Dave Dunlop. I've lived here since 2006. And I decided to come to the meeting.
Could you state your name? I got your name. I'm sorry. Your address generally for the record, please.
281 Saddle Drive.
Thank you.
So, my question is, it appears to the public that the county of Clear Creek is kind of in complete denial about the Christian Glass murder. Does anybody in here disagree with that?
Well, just a point of order, public comment is an opportunity for you to make a statement. It's not a question and answer session. But I'll make a brief statement after you're done.
Okay. I just found out about it when the parents announced, and that the parents had to ask for accountability, that foreign governments have to ask for the truth, and we don't put it out there, is a point of shame for all of us. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. There's a process underway, and the process involves an investigation by the district attorney. The Board of County Commissioners at this point doesn't have any role at right now. There's an investigation. The investigation is going to be completed sometime in the near future. And at that point, the district attorney can elect to, I believe, do one of three things. They can elect to impanel a grand jury. They can elect to bring charges, or they can elect to produce a report. Are those correct, Peter?
So the grand jury technically is already impaneled, not for this case in particular. Grand jury is in existence already for 15 months. What the district attorney is doing right now is really directing an investigation that is coordinated with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation that has started an investigation since day one when that happened. So the DA is working on that and likely will not make any comments that other than what she's already made in the press about the case. The board
of a guy who's an apparent murderer on patrol in the community.
So what I can tell you from the county perspective, the board is limited right now in what it can do. The board does not have managerial authority over the sheriff's office. He's an elected official. I believe it's certainly something the board is aware of and has heard from people about. And I believe that that's probably been conveyed to the sheriff's office as well. That is something the sheriff's office has to determine for themselves. But other than that, there's a limited amount that the board can do. I know that the board has been very interested in making a lot of changes that if I may speak from that standpoint, that it is somewhat limited in getting through. But it did issue a statement about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Condolences.
It was a little stronger than that, but I completely understand what you're saying.
Shame on you.
It was, I believe that the statement did acknowledge that there are deeper considerations here and not just an expression of condolence.
You've tacitly given your approval to the sheriff lying to the family.
We do not, I can tell you absolutely, positively, categorically, we do not have that. We do not believe that. And that statement.
Tacitly means by all appearances.
Well, again, because this is public comment and not engagement, I don't want to go into too much detail.
Yeah, I'll just say thanks for your statement.
Time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, one thing I'll add is all of us have watched the body cam video that everyone else has watched. And there's a process that's underway right now, and it's not we do not have the authority. It would be improper for us to do anything official until the investigation is completed with respect to this case.
Thank you. It's been 4 months.
The Colorado Bureau of Investigations, it's in the court, or it's in the hands of the Colorado Bureau of Investigations right now.
Yeah. And we have this guy patrolling the streets, this thug.
The only other thing I think is worth sharing, we are on the agenda later today at 12:30 to have a conversation about
Response.
law enforcement, crisis intervention, how we can proceed to
Influence that process.
to influence that process and get the support that is needed up here.
Well, thank you for your efforts.
And I will also mention that also on the agenda, the board will be meeting in executive session for a topic that's indicated having to do with the sheriff's office and potential litigation matters, but that encompasses a broad range of aspects of the board where the board may be able to engage in some action.
Thank you for your efforts.
Thanks. Are there any other public comments today? Okay, well, hearing none, we will move on to county commissioner updates. Who wants to start?
Recording in progress.
Randy, do you have anything to add today?
Sure, it's been kind of a slow week for me, but a slow week and a half. I'll let everybody know I contracted COVID, and that's why I'm not in there today and have pulled out of it in the last week, but the family's down with it. And nonetheless, have attended a few meetings. And I think a couple things of note is that the NOCO closeout report to close out the NOCO DOLA grant is being submitted right now, or will be submitted this week after our executive committee meeting at NOCO. And that will close out the grant that we received. And along with that, by the end of the year, the fiscal agency should transfer from Clear Creek to someone else and relieve us of that burden as well. Similar things going on over at the CE, where we have gotten the budget and the contributions, almost all of them in from the members of the CE, which will now be funding the CE instead of Clear Creek County solely funding collaborative effort administration. And 3 different entities, counties are considering also absorbing that fiscal agency so we can pass that baton and relieve ourselves of that load. There's also work going on at those organizations. And other than that, it's been, I'll just let it go. Let's move on.
Okay, just a couple things from me. This Friday is CCI's legislative committee meeting. I did get confirmation that we got our form in and I'll be there. We have two proposals. We have the sales taxation in unincorporated areas. CCI has sort of an alternative to making a bill this year, which is to ask for it to be put on table 2. And what that is it just gives staff, CCI staff authority to work on that concept through the year. It's my hope that we get onto table 2 with the idea of permitting proposals for sales taxes in unincorporated areas only. I'm not optimistic that it will have support. The other concept, which is an excise tax on recreational services like lift tickets, raft trips, et cetera, really it does have some traction. And I suspect that that idea is not really ready to be a bill that will pass. And so I'm likely to also move that onto table 2. And I'm hopeful that it can get there because this concept with some more work can be really, I think, bring a more fair option to generate revenues in Clear Creek County to us. So just wanted to share that with you two, hear any feedback about basically trying to get both of these ideas onto table 2 rather than advocating that they become a bill this year.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, I think I've mentioned in the past, I'm not overly enthusiastic about either of them personally, but I also think I like the process of having them seen in a broader audience and letting a wider group of people make that decision. Any comments from you, Randy?
Okay, thank you. We'll see how that one goes. Next, I just want to let you know, I sent an email to our friends in Gilpin County about our 12:30 session about law enforcement and crisis intervention. Got a lot of excitement back, and I mentioned you can come, but you're probably going to be in a board meeting because they have their board meetings today too.
Oh, yeah.
They said, actually, we are available and would love to come, and had a ton of enthusiasm. I actually responded this morning saying, you know what, Sean and Randy don't know I'm inviting you, and you're a little further ahead of us. So why don't we spend this half hour with Clear Creek County figuring out kind of our side. And we have a joint meeting in 2 weeks with them. So I think it makes sense that we talk about it then. Just want to let you know that conversation happened. And the last thing is I attended a positive youth development training by our Mountain Youth Network that's in our public health department. It was a really excellent training. I learned a lot. I was really, really happy to see first responders there, law enforcement, EMS, fire, our HR person, Carrie, was there. And it was just a really good event. And I want to express admiration and gratitude for the people who put it on and the people who participated.
I think there's a video on YouTube that's related that you helped produce that's related to that training and kind of expresses what it is and why it's important.
Yeah. So, and that's all for me.
I just have one exciting update. The Colorado Secure Savings Program Board, which I am the vice chair of with Dave Young, the state treasurer, we're launching the program this month. And this is something that I've been working on since 2019. It got approved. I think it was one of the last bills that got approved before the legislature shut down for COVID. And it's being rolled out. This is a program that offers a well-designed, efficient retirement plan for small employers that have between 5 and 100 employees that don't already offer a plan. And it's being rolled out to a limited group of pilot organizations around the state, and it's going to be rolled out in force next year. And we're maybe the 4th or 5th state to do this. California's done it, Oregon's done it, Illinois has done it, and we've learned a lot of lessons from them. And we're going to be rolling it out in a much more efficient and quick manner than they did. I think California is still doing their rollout, or maybe I'm thinking of Oregon. But anyway, I think that's an exciting new opportunity for people in the state to have better financial resources and be able to retire with dignity. And that's all I've got. I'm gonna go get a glass of water and then Brian can start the county manager update.
You guys have been invited to the Emerge meeting, October 12th, 6:30 PM. Just wanted, it's kind of a friendly reminder. I did talk with Suzanne about attending to discuss wildfire. Megan's ready to attend as well. So yeah, I'm gonna actually be out of town. I won't be here, but
I know they'd like to hear from Carl. If we can, if he's not able to attend, maybe he can write up an update that one of us can deliver. I've been having some conversations in that neighborhood and there's a fair amount of curiosity about what are the right expectations after that tax passed.
Which neighborhood is that?
the Emerge, I was talking about the Emerge.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It was October 12th.
My neighborhood.
And I won't be there at that meeting. I'll be traveling that day.
Anything else on that we need to discuss?
I don't think so. I mean, the road and bridge, roads are a big topic. Wildfires a big topic.
The other
It's,
reason I asked, I thought I saw an email where they said they were only inviting certain folks to speak at this meeting.
They're talking about the elected officials. They were only going to invite the elected official or the candidates who actually had an opponent.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's a separate portion of the agenda.
okay.
Yeah, every election cycle, the meeting gives an opportunity for the voters to ask questions of the candidates.
Sure. Okay, George mentioned it, but we are working with Gilpin on a joint meeting in 2 weeks. The October 18th meeting. We're waiting to hear back from them with respect to the time. So they had originally reached out to us wanting to talk about Charlie's Place operations. That's when we had discussed potentially adding the co-responder, so. If we hear back from them, we'll hopefully have that scheduled at the next meeting.
I'm going to be in La Junta on the 12th for my quarterly SIMTAC meeting, which is once a year. They do it at a different location, so I'm not going to be at the emergency meeting either.
Okay. Then the last item is the CCI winter conference is December 12th through the 14th down in Westminster. So I think we're just waiting to hear back from the three of you with respect to whether you're attending, et cetera. So once you've made that decision, shoot Beth an email, that'd be good.
Yeah, I'm going to go, and I don't need any lodging, I don't think. Close enough.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. And that's all I got.
Okay, let's just take a brief recess. We'll come back at 9 o'clock for the Cdbg Business Loan Fund topic with Lindsay.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
All right, Randy, if you can hear us. Brian had something he wanted to add before our 9 o'clock agenda item.
Related to our next agenda item, I just wanted to share that the annual community reception for the EDC is scheduled for November 3rd, 5 to 7 at Silver Brick
Yes.
Tavern here in Georgetown. We'll send that to you in a meeting invite, but just a heads up that
I'm sorry, where's it located again?
Silver Brick Tavern right here in
Okay.
town, next to Vanilla Pat's.
Got it.
Our annual Christmas party, a little early.
That's cool.
Oh,
What's wrong?
oh, yes.
So what time is that and where again?
Silver Brick Tavern, which is here in Georgetown. It's the new tavern next to Guanella. 5
Right.
o'clock, it's 5 to 7.
5 to 7, it's a CCEDC.
Yes. Yep.
Is that owned by the same ownership as Guanella Pass? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought so. We're going over there to get something.
Yeah, we're really excited for them. One of the reasons we're holding the event there, they've been working with us from the very beginning when they opened just the small brewery and now have expanded into Empire and with Silver Brick and now are working on a canning line for distribution. So we've been with them from the very beginning. So we're excited. They're kind of one of our poster children.
Yeah, even before that, I'm sure Randy remembers when Steve came to a public meeting that we had with Tim Mock and was very vocal and interested in getting engaged in the community, and he lived up to his promise.
He did. Yeah. He was president of Georgetown Promotions for a while and yeah, really great guy.
Okay, so let's move on to our 9 o'clock agenda item here. Public hearing to receive public comment on the grant 2018-610 Cdbg Business Loan Fund Performance Administration by the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. Over to you, Lindsay.
Thank you. Good morning. So we are at the end of our contract period for this current CDBG funding round. We've been under contract for 4 years. The contract expires November 30th. So part of the process that we go through is a public hearing to close out this current contract period. We get feedback. We've published in both Gilpin County and Clear Creek in the legal section of the newspapers and also advertised through the county websites. So we're open to any public comment on or questions regarding the program. We've been running this program since, 1984. And so it's built up over the years into a really robust small business loan program. And so we've funded many businesses. I can actually count going down the street of each of our municipalities, which businesses we've helped, and it's really significant. So excited about the work that we do. And then part of this process also is entering into this this new submittal. We'll have a public hearing, which will come up next for public comment regarding this application that I'm presenting to you today. So just to give you some background, the current contract period, the initial award was $290,000. And we asked for additional funds in 2020 of $464,000. So that was added. And then just recently in July, we were in need of additional funding, which is great. This is, we know we're helping. We did a lot of loans during COVID. And so we asked for another $300,000, which was approved. And that totals for this 4-year contract period just over $1 million. The contract period before this this current contract, just to give you an idea, was $385,000. And so we've increased significantly the loan fund just in this 4-year period in our portfolio. Our current portfolio, we have 28 loans with totaling $2,238,260, and our outstanding principal currently is $1.6 million. So again, lots of activity, lots of inquiries. I will be adding some additional information about the current contract into this application that I'm presenting to you today because we do have a couple loans in the pipeline that I expect to run through CDBG before November 30th. So that way we can draw down on hopefully the remainder of the contract. We have about 175,000 left that we'd like to use up before November 30th and start fresh with the new contract. So do you want me to go into detail about the application or just focus on the current contract right now and then with the next agenda item or? I can talk to how much we're applying for this next contract period if you like.
Okay, I mean, you have.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because we have to do the public hearing. let's
Okay,
focus on the
this one, okay.
Do the public hearing and then
Perfect.
the additional.
Let's see. So I will leave it open for any questions from the
And
commissioner.
actually, before that, I only read the first topic into the record. Should I read the other ones into the record?
That would be great.
Yeah, okay. So I mentioned topic number 1. Number 2 of this action session, public hearing to receive public comment on the 2022 CDBG Business Loan Fund Grant application by Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. Number 3, consideration approval of signature and submittal of 2022 CDBG Business Loan Fund by Clear Creek County. So yeah, if you will touch on all 3 of those.
Sure.
We'll be in a good position to act.
Perfect. So this next contract period, again, these are 2-year contracts with the option to extend for an additional 2 years. So up to 4 years total. We're applying this round for $812,000, and that includes the administrative portion, which as we do loans, we get an administrative fee for each loan we do just for operating. So that is $700,000 for assistance to businesses that would be available and $112,000 for administration. The proposed match, this is the minimum match for the grant is $22,000 a year, so $44,000 for a 2-year contract period. And I did present to Gilpin County in September, and they have asked me to come back later in the month to just give them more of kind of an outreach plan. They'd like to see more loans in Gilpin. We have currently 1 loan in Gilpin County, and we'd like to work with them to be able to provide more services. And the county manager and I have been talking about this as well as the CCDC board, and I've met with Ray Rears, the Gilpin County manager. So we're coming up with a plan to help with more assistance over there, how we can get more loans, active loans. They are doing some restructuring and diversification work right now. They have an economic development firm that they've hired, and they're wanting to focus on some retail, small retail sectors in each of the communities. And so I think that's going to be a great opportunity for us because this loan program really fits with those kind of smaller businesses, restaurants, retail, boutique, healthcare. We're working with a dentist right now. So there's lots of opportunities in the future. So I did present to them. They are not signing off on the application currently because, again, they just want to have more discussion. However, we can still submit the application without that signature because we're submitting on behalf of Region 3. So that's not a problem. I did confirm that with the state. And again, we will continue to work closely with Gilpin moving forward. And in fact, we're actually looking at the possibility of having the Gilpin County manager sit on our board and just have more of a voice. And so we can continue with that partnership. Let's see, went over how much we're applying for. I guess that's all I have. Just for the community members that are watching, these loans are available anywhere from $1,000 up to, we did a loan for $385,000. We often partner with other loan funds. So other regions in the state, Region 9 specifically works with the EDA, the Economic Development Administration. So we did do a partner loan with them. We've done several other character loans through a program that they have. So we try to tap into as many resources as possible to build the fund.
I have a question about that. It's an interesting term, character loan. I mean, basically it's an unsecured loan, right?
Yes.
So how does your team evaluate someone's character?
Well, and these loans, I'll tell you, are typically very small loans, definitely going to be under $10,000. And we look at credit score, credit report, make sure there's no delinquency and things like that. If they're a community member, a lot of times we will know if it's an established business. We know that they're a successful business. And really, it was during COVID that we did some of this. And it's been a nice program to utilize through Region 9. The program is closed out. They utilized all the funding, but we were able to do 4 loans through that program.
Okay.
Yeah. And I always get this question if we have grants available, and unfortunately we don't. Currently, we did have some opportunities during COVID, but right now we're strictly doing business loans. Our interest rates are typically prime, the Wall Street prime rate plus 2%. Kind of depends on which pot of money which funding program we're utilizing. But we're very flexible and love to help the community. And one of the things, one of the requirements for applicants is they have to show that they're not bankable. And when I say not bankable, it's not anything negative. It may mean it's a startup business. So they don't have 3 years of books to show to a bank, and banks are going to say, well, we want to see 3 years and show that you're profitable. And so we can come in and help get them to that 3-year period, and then they can refinance with a conventional loan. So we also have programs for low to moderate income entrepreneurs, and that has a very low interest rate. It comes in right at the prime rate.
What is the prime rate right now?
It is, oh gosh, it just went up 5.25, I think right now it is. It did a couple of big jumps in the last few months. So, but yeah, that's a great program and we've used that program for 3 loans in this contract period, the micro enterprise loan. And again, you have to qualify as low to moderate income, and we go off of Denver's numbers for calculating the LMI. We also, one of the requirements with Cdbg is there's a jobs requirement. So we can apply for, so if we get the full $700,000 for business assistance, it's $20,000 for every full-time position that's either retained or created. So there's a very strict job requirement tied to this program. And 51% of any jobs created have to be available to individuals that are considered low to moderate income. Now, they may be hired and be making tons of money and no longer be considered low to moderate income, but the jobs have to be available to someone that is considered in that category.
I have a handful of questions. I'm not sure which hearing they should be in, so I'll just ask them now. I'm curious about our revolved fund. Well, actually, I think the best question to ask first is when we match this grant and give out loans and they're paid back, they end up in a revolved fund.
Yes.
Right? That means that the match that we're approving this year, I assume we're approving it this year, and all the matches in years past, that's all sitting in the revolved loan fund right now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I can get more information on this, but I don't believe we can provide the match unless, as an organization, unless it's coming from a different funding source. I don't think we can use revolved funds to then match a new contract, but I can look into that because that question has come up. And just, also with our revolved funds. So once the principal is paid back and it becomes revolved, it is stripped of a lot of those requirements. So we're able to do loans that don't have the job requirement with the revolved fund. And so some of these larger loans that we've done that have really helped get projects off the ground, maybe they have, 10 jobs. And so we're able to use a portion of Cdbg and then take the rest from our revolved funds. So it gives us a bit more flexibility utilizing those funds. And then we always try not to use any of those funds for operating. We try to operate solely off of the administration fees that we receive through doing the loans and the match. And then as well as a portion of the interest that's collected off of the loans. But again, you want to keep the interest in, that's how you continue to build your fund as well. So we try not to use any of those funds. We have a very conservative operating budget of just over 100,000. And are very diligent about, again, trying to conserve funds and have as much available to the community as possible.
Thank you. I would be curious to hear if it's possible to use that revolving fund as a match. I just know that given the fiscal condition that we're in and the lost revenues from the mine, knowing every option that's available to us is important.
Yeah, I will definitely look into that.
So then digging a little deeper into that revolved fund, Gilpin County also matches this grant application, correct?
No, so they do not. And historically, we have never asked Gilpin for funding. And part of that is because we've seen there's been a smaller demand in Gilpin than in Clear Creek. There's been a really high demand for loans. We have a very robust retail sector. And I did talk to my predecessor, Peggy Stokestad, and she had said that when the loan program first started, pre-casinos, I guess they came in the 90s, the majority of loans were actually occurring in Gilpin County. Once the casinos came in, there was a significant decrease in the number of loans. And we have found it challenging to identify loan opportunities. We've talked to a number of businesses. I spoke with a photography company. We have a loan with a kind of an art collaborative boutique right now over there. But again, because we haven't seen a lot of activity, we didn't feel like it was appropriate necessarily to ask them to match the program. Now, if we in this next contract period see 20 loans in Gilpin or lots of loan activity, then I definitely think it would be appropriate to look at having them match as well.
I agree. I mean, particularly in the context of them wanting to understand how you're marketing those opportunities over there and all of this, I think it's appropriate to have that conversation.
Sure. And I will tell you that they were definitely concerned. They want to see more activity over there. And so again, with this outreach plan, it may be where I spend some time over there once a week. I go to the county offices, boots on the ground, talk to business owners over there. And so we are going to be coming up with a plan to try to get over there more and have more activity.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, can you remind me, what's your organizational status? Are you 501c?
501c6.
501c6. The reason is because there's just, I mean, the federal government has made passed 3 big bills. They're big investments in our economy. And is your organization eligible for any of that? Or basically, should I add you to the list of people that I constantly pester with grant opportunities?
I would have to look specifically at what we would qualify for. There have been federal grant opportunities that we've qualified for. We did participate in some EDA grants. So yes, please, let's talk more about that. And again, also with some background on this program, it's federal funding from HUD. And then it comes to the state and goes out to the regions for this business loan fund. Now, HUD has 3 pots of money. So they have the housing pot of money, this kind of economic development loan fund pot of money, and then infrastructure. And so unfortunately, we're just talking about this. We can't use our funding for anything housing related. And that's because there is a separate funding source for that. So I'd love to look into that as well, because as an economic development organization, we have our hands in a lot of different things other than just the loan program, housing being a huge concern for us as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's hard to imagine there's not something out there for us that you'd be eligible for between the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the American Rescue Plan.
Yeah, exactly. And we did receive a grant last year for administration, kind of offsetting some of the losses due to COVID. But again, fortunately, we've become kind of a resilient organization over the years. We've built up this fund, and I'm really thankful to the county for the partnerships that we had during COVID and the programs that we're able to provide. And we actually, I think, really kind of came out. We didn't apply for a lot of assistance during COVID because as an organization, we felt like fiscally we were okay. And we wanted to, again, just do our part and try to do as many loans and help people through that time.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. That's my list of questions right now.
And the grant requests are, I looked at the budget in the order of $22,000. It's been roughly the same for the last 3 years.
It has, yeah.
Do you guys measure yourself on sort of what economic activity you enable, or what is the result of these programs and these funds coming in from mostly the outside world?
Yeah, and I'd like to have kind of put together a formal report showing the multiplier effect that these loans are really having on the communities. Because again, the dollars that we are inserting into the businesses really do have a major impact, especially on these kind of small grassroots businesses that have built up. And I use Guanella Pass as an example. They started as a very small brewery and have now built up this little mini empire in Clear Creek County. And we want to continue to see them grow. So we have a lot of really great business opportunities, and I'd like to summarize that on paper and really show, okay, for every dollar this loan program puts out into the community, you're seeing this return. We do have a lot of leverage and the jobs created. So another partnership with Clear Creek County is we now have a program called MZ, and it's kind of an economic modeling software where we can kick out reports. I'm still learning the software and all the things that are at my fingertips. It's a little overwhelming because there's so much there, but it's pulling from dozens of data sources. And so we can actually plug in, okay, this business is creating 10 jobs, and it will show you the effect that has on the school district, financially for the county, financially for each municipality. So it's really interesting. And as I dive deeper into that, and I'll be getting with the county manager and with Beth, learning that program, we should be able to get some really cool reports to show you.
I don't want to drag us too far into the weeds, but I remember from my economics education that in communities like ours, the multipliers that those models use are notoriously overstated. We just have a lot of leakage, right? We have a lot of people earning money here, spending it somewhere else.
Yes.
And so just I want to express a little bit of caution that maybe we can have somebody help us make sure those multipliers have the right values.
Exactly. Yeah. And actually, now that you mentioned that, it might be helpful to schedule during a meeting or a work session, have MZ actually present and show kind of how they do things, their algorithms and what data sources they're pulling from. I think that could be really helpful looking at that. I did work with a company back in the day called Buxton, and they actually do leakage reports, and there are some challenges with that information as well. But yeah, I agree with you. There is definitely leakage happening. And so the more businesses that we can pull that people are going out of town for into our community, and we have identified certain businesses where services are occurring outside of the community, we really see those kind of businesses making home base here.
And I kind of view the organization as a bank, right? It's kind of the lender of last resort. And so my question, and I don't know if leakage is the right word, but county puts in its $22,000, it gets loaned out, principal and interest comes back, some of it defaults. Do you have any metrics on what happens to the dollars? Is the default rates losses higher than the interest that are paid? I mean, do you have any, and I know some of the interest is supporting the operations of the organization too.
Fortunately, we have a very low default rate. It's at about 3%. And right now we have a delinquency rate of about 7%. And I will tell you that, I mean, the way a bank calculates this, and I had to kind of wrap my head around it, if someone is past due over 30 days, their entire principal balance is going to be included in that lump sum of default. So that's where, you'll hit the 7%. So, our bookkeeper and our treasurer is comfortable with where we're at, and we try to stay on top of that. We have an attorney that we work with if we need any assistance there. But yes, fortunately, we've historically had a very low default rate. This program, they kind of expect the default rate to be a little bit higher because we're taking on much riskier loans. And really that's kind of the mission of the organization, is to take on more risk. And so they expect the default rate to be somewhere around 5%. And so if we got too low, they'd say, all right, maybe you're not being risky enough. And so we try to kind of teeter on that line. And we have had 2 loans, 3 loans default. 2 were extremely small and they were during COVID. And so they had an ending balance of maybe $1,200. So it wasn't a huge hit to us. And I don't have data from loans that have defaulted from, way back in the day, in the 80s and the 90s. But currently, and in this current contract period, we've only had 2, and it's been for a very small amount of money.
And I know that your team is pretty creative with securing the loans that are not the character loans. And so some of the defaults, probably there's some recovery from collateral, et cetera.
Yes, I have 2 very heavy bronze statues in my office right now that I'm trying to figure out where they should be housed. But yes, we try to work with people as best we can. We've taken vehicles as collateral, bicycles. The loan committee likes to, they prefer to be secured with real estate. And another unique thing about our organization is we almost always take a second position behind a bank. And so we have no problem with doing that. Obviously, we're going to look at the appraisal and make sure that we are secured, but we're very flexible. Again, we're not going to insist on a first position because that would make it very difficult working with other lenders. Another thing we've done a lot of recently is partnerships with other lenders. So I've worked with 3 SBA lenders recently. And so we're doing a lot of SBA partnerships coming in as gap funding to help. Basically, our funding is dependent, or that SBA financing is dependent on our partnership. And so that's been really exciting as well.
Okay. Randy, we haven't heard from you. What comments or questions do you have?
Well, one of the things that really piqued my interest was George's comment a moment ago about in small communities, and, from his days studying economics, that the multipliers in the counties or in communities that are smaller tend to be less. And that really kind of caught my interest, because I thought about myself and I thought about other businesses I know. It's kind of like when you have you build residential areas and you don't have the goods and services they need, all the people go outside to get those things. Businesses, I think, are a lot the same way. If the goods, the commodities that those businesses are selling have to come mostly from outside because they're not provided from inside the community, then that money leaks directly back outside the community. And we already know that 70 to 75%, for example, of our workforce lives outside the community that perform jobs in this community. And so that's another thought, is that both the HR costs and the goods and other services, contract services that the local businesses use, will have a tendency to see the largest portion of that money leak back outside before it ever has a chance to multiply. And I think that's also true in many cases for the business and personal profit, because what we do with the profits, not just the expenditures. I was talking previously about the expenditure side. On the revenue side, or the the net profit that we receive. The same thing's true there. And I don't know what to do to change that. It's just, I think it's important to, like Sean said, make sure that these are measurable so that we can know that economic development, when we provide these funds for economic development in our community, that we can maximize their benefit to the community itself by getting that churn that we need to grow.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I will tell you, just from doing business retention and expansion surveys and talking with business owners in the community, the number one challenge right now is workforce. And of course, it's connected. Everything's connected. And I know the county is working really hard on housing opportunities in Clear Creek, and workforce is definitely hard. And COVID really changed. There was this whole culture change as well. And so we're seeing that across the country and definitely in Colorado. But yeah, finding employees is very, very difficult in Clear Creek. And so we're trying to have more discussion on really how can we move the needle here. And again, it comes down to finding places for them to live. I've seen some really creative housing opportunities that have popped up in these kind of dorm style housing developments that Loveland's taken advantage of. And I think some of our larger breweries in Idaho Springs. So the more creative we can get in providing affordable housing, I know, we're just seeing this huge spike in rental rates and homes for sale. So they're just no longer affordable for a young family. And so, yeah, we're just going to have to keep trying to work through that and find some creative solutions.
Thanks.
Anything else?
We do need to open it up for public comment.
You have two separate public hearings.
Yes. So
Okay.
items 1 and then 2.
So for item 1, the grant 2018-610 CDBG Business Loan Fund. If anybody has come here to make a public comment regarding that, this hearing, please step forward to the podium, or if you're online, raise your hand so that we can be elevated to a panelist. So we can
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, hearing none, we'll close public comment, and then should we just take these one at a time?
Yes.
Okay. So then if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Move we approve the closeout of grant number 2018-610. Is that sufficient?
And I don't know if we need to note as of the contract expires November 30th, 2022.
Okay.
Is that
Prior to or as of that date?
as of that date? Yeah.
Do I hear a second out there somewhere?
Randy, you're muted.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to the second public hearing. I'd like to open public comment for the 2022 CDBG Business Loan Fund Grant application by the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. Same drill. If you have a comment, please raise your hand online and we'll elevate you to panelists and hear what you have to say.
Nothing.
So we'll close public comment and I'll entertain a motion.
Move we approve the 2022 CDBG Business Loan Fund grant application by the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The third one is another action item. It just doesn't have a public comment period associated with it.
That's correct.
Okay. So just, if there's no further discussion regarding the 2022 CDBG Business Loan Fund approval, I would entertain a motion for that one.
Move we approve signature and submittal of the 2022 CDBG Business Loan Fund by Clear Creek County.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Lindsay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to just make an announcement. We mentioned this at the beginning, but our annual meeting or kind of holiday event is open to the public. So anyone that's listening today is welcome to attend. And again, this is Thursday, November 3rd, and it's going to be at Silver Brick Tavern here in Georgetown. So hope to see a good turnout there. We have a local musician that's going to be playing, and then we're also going to present a oversized check to a local entrepreneur, a seventh grader in Clear Creek County who started a window washing business. And so we, as an organization, have sponsored him to do marketing. And so his business cards, his website, so we're helping him with that. So he'll also be talking at the event about how he started his business and what his plans are for the future.
Is that the same young man who did the rec center's windows?
Probably. He has been all over Idaho Springs. He's a really, really great, energetic kid. And he's actually, I met with him last week. He's helping me recruit students to a little club that we're going to create. It's going to meet once a month, and it's an entrepreneurship club just to help kids come up with cool ideas for businesses making money over the summer or on the weekends or on Friday for Compass Day. So yeah, it'll be a really fun thing to do.
Awesome. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
We have a few minutes before our next agenda item, so we'll take a recess until 9:45.
This is silly.
Good.
All right, so we're back from our brief recess. We're going to take up our 9:45 agenda item, continued abatement discussion or hearing for the Creek Elevation LLC. And over to you, Diane.
Okay, I pulled some sales out of Arapahoe County just to show that, and they're older buildings, where this one's brand new, just to show that, I'm at $135 a square foot, and down there, they're selling for $138 to $174. So, my value, I think, is in there. But since she was not 100% complete as of January 1 of 2021, I'm willing to adjust her by 10%. And that, so that takes the value from $4,618,190 to $4,175,670.
And the tax goes down by roughly 10% as well.
Correct. So that's like $9,693.40.
And just so you know, what was handed out is going to be emailed to Megan so that it's added.
Okay.
He's going to email it to me.
Online. Yes,
Okay.
Brian's going to do that, and then it'll also get supplemented in the record in the backup.
Okay, and then I need to disclose, I had emailed Diane that question about how we're handling the fact that they weren't open for the entirety of the year yesterday, and you just answered the question, and so I just wanted to disclose that I sent that email.
Right. And we wanted to give her that benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Have any interactions with Cabin or Creek Elevation? Are they?
Isn't Brittany, Ms. Patel on the phone?
I am. I'm in the Zoom.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were there.
Yeah, she's here.
Well then, and this is probably a better question for the chair to ask, but do you have any comment on this?
No, I appreciate you taking that into consideration. I don't really have anything else new to add. Our status hasn't changed. She took into the account that we had not been open for the full year. Other than that, as she mentioned, she sent me as well the comparable properties. We're looking at many years ago, a little bit before COVID. I don't know. I haven't had a chance. I just got them in the mail 2 days ago to really look at anything else. But, we're just comparing a Denver area group of properties versus Clear Creek County. But yeah, I don't have anything new to add since our last meeting.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's fine.
The value was based on sales within Clear Creek County. These were just to show that, since we didn't have a lot of motel sales, to show something, more sales.
And I know there was a discussion around the condition of the property based on the surrounding developments that were in flight. Did you give that some consideration? Or?
I don't think that really affected the value. I have no proof that it affected the value.
Okay.
But that's okay.
I would like to see if we could consider that. I get complaints daily. We are just sitting next to mounds of dirt and unfinished construction for 5 years. And it's an eyesore. It would certainly affect my property value if I tried to sell it. It affects what I can charge guests, even driving into our lot with an unfinished road. It's something that I deal with almost on a daily basis. And I don't have any updated information on when they will begin construction again, but since we've opened our doors, it's looked exactly the same and just caused constant problems with broken windows to our guests, to the hotel. And again, just being a complete eyesore and a bit of a hazard.
Could you remind us again, what are the different classifications? I know fair was one of the ones that we were discussing. What were the other
Or
ones?
average, good, very good, and poor. So we go from poor to very good, 5.
Okay,
And to me, that average, maybe once that dirt pile goes away, it could be better because you've got the lake out there and, and the mountain, and it's a nicer view on that side.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not a property expert at all. However, by virtue of the fact that the hotel is almost brand new, it does seem that not putting it in one of the upper categories is itself a concession, right?
Right, correct.
Yeah, I mean, stated another way, once that development is complete, you would probably consider that location good.
Correct. Probably, yeah.
Ms. Patel, I'm curious to hear how you would rate that location once that development is complete.
I would completely agree. Once it's complete, it is a good location. And I know that there would be a struggle to say we are average or less than good right now and then take it up a level, but all things considered, I kind of think that's where we are. But I would not disagree that once it's complete, we should be rated good for sure.
I think there's some difference, a distinction to be made between places which are, and, could be called an eyesore because they're in flux. They're in a state of change to something better. And the upside is there that that's all to be developed. And as opposed to a place that is developed and is an eyesore, which doesn't have a plan. I think the fact that it's brand new and the fact that there's ultimately going to be a bunch of other brand new stuff there. I would agree with George's assertion a moment ago that or at least suggestion that the fact that it's brand new is, to put it, or was it Sean, one of you two, both of you, I think, that it's a concession just to not have it in the top two, within the top two categories. Because certainly it's encouraging that it's in a place that's in a flux of change to better and brand new itself.
Anything else?
No, that's all I have.
Anything else from you, George or Randy?
I guess I am kind of curious, what's the impact of moving that location rating to one step below average in terms of the assessed value? Is that formulaic? Is it a percentage?
It's a dollar per square foot amount, so it would adjust it considerably.
But your opinion is that, and you look at these properties in these situations all the time and make location ratings for every property in the county, and your opinion is that average
at this time, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah. Anything final from you, Brittany?
If that's something that can't be considered, maybe I used the wrong word by saying eyesore, but if that can't be considered, then I guess I'll leave it here and just chat with our attorney on if there's anything else we can do.
Yeah, I'll just say, we all appreciate our business owners here in the community. And I know that everybody had a difficult 2020 from COVID, and it was probably the worst time that you could possibly open your property. With that said, the state statutes really dictate how we treat these hearings and how we proceed, which is kind of why we were asking some technical questions around the ratings and how things are done. And I'm satisfied that we had a fair hearing here, but sometimes I wish we could be more accommodating. However, the state statute, like I said, is pretty precise in terms of how they ask us to operate, and we do operate the same across all the applicants.
And there's no additional considerations that can be made because of COVID? there's no programs?
We have no proof that it affected your valuation. I mean, there's been nothing given to me that shows that COVID affected the value of your property.
No, I was just curious if there were any programs because there seems to be something out there for everyone with COVID. If that was just something that we could look into. I'll agree that it didn't maybe not affect the value of the property. It certainly affected us being able to operate and be successful as a small business. So.
Yeah, and to my previous point, I mean, like I said, the statute just doesn't give us any ability to consider that.
And we're valuing the building here, not the business.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a piece of property.
Right.
Right, that's why I was just asking if there were any programs possibly in place because they seem to have it for everything else. So.
I know they do.
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
I think that's a different meeting, pretty sure, and a different source of funding or relief than this one. My experience in Clear Creek County and looking around the region and the nation is that COVID doesn't seem to have reduced, for the most part, reduced property values during this period. It's, if anything, most have gone up. The unfortunate circumstance for hotels is that for that period of time where we were in a state of closure, a lot of those businesses were definitely affected by that, and it was one of the impacts of COVID itself. And it does seem that area of funding, for example, ARPA funds in areas like that, are the kinds of things that a person should be or that a business should be appealing to for the impacts that they've had to their operations. In this case, we're just looking at the value of the real estate, and like Sean said, we're pretty well confined by statute to how we do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just sort of fell in the middle. We weren't open, so we didn't have numbers for 2019, so we didn't qualify for anything. So again, this just puts us in a struggle. I understand that apparently there's nothing that can be done about that. I appreciate you willing to approve the 10% adjustment or approximately 10%. So we'll just leave it there for now.
And Ms. Patel, Randy's correct that we can't offer any kind of relief as it relates to the tax bill, as it relates to relief programs that might be out there for the impacts to your business. I know that what we were running would not have legally, you would not have legally been eligible for, and you already stated why. But I'm happy to take a look and see if I can discover any programs that are out there. So feel free to reach out to me offline, and we'll see if we can find something. We can put you in touch with some people that know what programs are out there.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think, I don't imagine there's any further discussion, so I think we're ready for a motion.
I move we approve a 10% reduction in the assessed value of Clear Creek Elevation LLC's building, reflecting the fact that they were not open for 10% of the year.
Right. And that's only on the building, not the land. The land's at 100%. Just
Yes.
clear.
Thank you. Yep. For the building. And with reference to, I'm looking for the case number on this.
2246, I believe.
2246.
With reference to case 2246.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Patel. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Yep,
So we are
thank you,
just
everyone.
over 10 o'clock. Time for the consent agenda. I believe George requested that we have a quick discussion about item number 2. Are there any other items that are not ready for approval or that anyone wishes to pull out for discussion? Okay, hearing none, I will read the consent agenda. Number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number 3, consideration approval of August 17th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 4, consideration approval of July 19th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 5, consideration approval of resolution 22-61 authorizing the disposal of 4 Clear Creek County Sheriff's Officer office vehicles and rescinding resolution R22-53.
I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 2.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item number 2, consideration approval of the intergovernmental agreement with Gilpin County for the sports shooting range.
Yeah, I'll start it off with this one. Look at the IGA. There's a lot of stuff I really like in there. There's one clause that gives me pause, which is that in this agreement, we are committing to phasing in a way that I don't know is wise for us. I think that we should try to be maintaining as much flexibility as possible so that we can get a project done here. There's been a lot of conversation on this board about how to get the shooting sheds and the noise mitigation into phase 1, and some conversation about whether that would necessitate that the clubhouse could not be built in phase 1. And I don't think now's the time for us to make a decision on that. In fact, I'm really hopeful that our designer can just help us see solutions we didn't see before. However, I don't think it's wise for us to make an agreement that binds us to our partner to build that clubhouse in phase 1. And I spent some time thinking about it. I think the best way to move forward in light of that, rather than not signing this agreement right now, is to sign this agreement and ask staff to seek an amendment that gives us the flexibility that I think we need with regards to the phasing of the construction of the shooting range.
I agree.
Okay, so I want to be clear. We explained all this the last time we were here to discuss the shooting range in terms of what we were phasing. So, but of course, it's the board's decision if they want to change that phasing. Lisa, what does this do to our design contract? And I have to assume it's probably going to increase the cost of that contract. Does it change what our designer's doing right now?
It will, yes, because however, we have some time because right now they're in the design phase. Everything is planned to be designed in phase 2, the entire project. That's gives an economy of engineering time and energy toward the project so that everything's ready. The phasing is outlined in the grant contract with CPW, so changes would also need to be approved at that level. And for the 860, regarding this 400, we certainly want to get that completed before the end of the year. So we would appreciate it getting signed, and we certainly could try. Gilpin County is still getting the lanes required for the closure, so that's moving forward. But yes, we will have to have some meetings to flush out what is going to happen first and what may change.
Yeah, and I think, unless Gilpin is very interested in knowing what our phasing is going to be, maybe it's not a concern that be in the contract. It kind of feels to me like we're binding ourselves in a way that we don't have to. And I just want to see us maintain the kind of flexibility that we might need. Going back to CPW is a big challenge. Having to go back to CPW and Gilpin County is a bigger challenge. And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Right.
Yeah, we've had so many discussions about this. Some of them were involving the sportsman's club in the beginning. And I remember a lot of discussions about building a minimally viable solution that would get us our closures and nothing more. And I think we already have that. And then there was the full-on solution with the quite elaborate clubhouse. And I don't remember us ever giving from a policy perspective where the board landed on that spectrum. I know we talked about moving forward. I know we talked about even details such as the adequacy of the bathrooms in that clubhouse. And I don't remember.
We were pretty excited as staff after the last meeting that we thought we had finally made some progress with the three of you in terms of getting getting something approved and starting to move forward with the project. So I guess we were a little surprised to get the phone call that we're not happy with the IGA. We thought we were in a place where we were moving forward. So I almost feel like we need to come back in another work session now and have a conversation about all this phasing, about the clubhouse, about all of it, because again, we could do nothing right now and just open up the existing range and we get our closures. Let's not spend any money, right? So there's options there, right? So I think we need to come back once again and have a work session to get clear on direction, because we thought we were there after the last meeting. And so this is a little bit of a left turn for us.
In my mind, the next work session that's necessary and was necessary prior to this conversation was another round with our designer. Our designer showed some really great opportunities, received some feedback, appeared to be a really good listener. And I'm curious to hear, we might be in a situation where he's found enough solutions that we can get the noise mitigation in phase one. And so rather than try to bring the whole conversation up, what I'm trying to do right now is, while that's in flux, not bind us down a path, right? We have a designer that might be finding other paths for us, and I don't want to bind us to this path. And I don't know that Gilpin County is particularly concerned whether a clubhouse or noise mitigation goes in first. But I think what's been pretty consistently communicated by this board is that the noise mitigation is a very high priority for this project as we increase the frequency of shooting in Dumont.
I think that's the main piece that I take. It's not to do less, as Brian mentioned a minute ago. The idea isn't that we'll tie our hands. I think the main idea is that we should not tie our hands to continue to seek solutions that take care of noise mitigation. From down at the CPW offices and from over in Gilpin County, you can't hear this range, but our citizens can. And so their motivation is not going to be as high to see those elements in there. I know CPW wants a good facility, don't get me wrong. And I'm sure that Gilpin County does too. But Gilpin County is primarily interested in their closures and achieving them. And we know we're going to get the lanes that we need in this next phase. But I think if we can remove the verbiage that seals our fate as to when we're doing things like noise mitigation as we continue to seek, then I'd prefer to see a document that is simply tweaked to allow us that flexibility to be able to try to make that additional progress in design and budgeting, to see how we can still tweak the numbers to make it work and tweak the design to achieve that as well. It's very important to us, and I'd hate to see the noise mitigation be put on the back burner until a phase 3 that could be quite some time out.
I think George really stated my feelings, which is we've engaged with a new consultant who seems to be a lot more responsive and tuned into what our needs are. And we haven't really gotten, or to my knowledge, we haven't gotten a recommendation for them in terms of how to proceed and strike the right balance. So I don't want to express any commitments that would hamper our abilities to follow their recommendations.
Right.
So as I see it, we have two options. And please, if we have other options, happy to hear them. We either go back to Gilpin County and ask to modify this agreement before we sign it, or we sign it today and we go back and ask for an amendment. And I think a pretty simple amendment could be constructed. I see a clause in here that indicates that we have authority over design. I think that you could add 2 words to that clause and get us where we need to be. And I hope our friends in Gilpin County would be willing to sign that.
The problem is that the phase 4 budget is specifically defined in here. And it does not include the sheds.
Why did we get so specific?
Again, we thought we had some pretty clear direction at the last meeting, so we were heading down a path. So I think we need to come back at a work session and just hammer out all these different items that we don't have an agreement on yet. Because I'm hearing you say maybe we're not building a clubhouse. We thought after the last meeting that we are. So I think we need to come back and talk about are we building a clubhouse? Where's the parking lot going? Are we going to staff this? I mean, I think all of those things are driving the ultimate decision of how this thing gets designed and built, right? So and those are the questions that have been on the table since I've been here. And then we've talked about them multiple times since I've been here. And so, which is why we were excited after the last meeting. We thought we really had some traction finally. And now I'm hearing.
We're excited too, but I mean.
We're all on the same page.
We're fiduciaries, and
Of course you
there hasn't been an indication of what the price tag of this thing is yet. And it seems like now we're making decisions that are going to restrict our ability to right size this and do the right thing.
Again, we thought we were on the same page after the last meeting, and clearly we weren't, so we just need to come back and continue that conversation, I guess.
The IGA does specify all the numbers. Made it very clear what's going to cost, everything from the lead mitigation all the way to construction of the clubhouse. So it does specify exactly how we're able to use that $1.4 million. But the facility portion of that contract specifies you get the 61 public shooting lanes and you get the clubhouse. It does not include the sheds. So we would have to go back and change that. But within changing that, we have to determine how we take $1.4 million and throw in those shooting sheds without changing it. I don't know that Gilpin would have concerns about that, except that they do have cost sharing involved here. And in terms of any risk, were the project not to be revenue generating, which without a clubhouse, it would probably not be revenue generating, significant revenue generating, that may affect it. So it's just something to keep in mind. The consultants that we've met with have indicated that even the shooting sheds, although they do add some noise control, it is not significant enough at this point. Now, it may be significant, of course, to certain members of the community, but between the road and the exposure out there and where they are, and with the berm created that it is and the backdrop, it doesn't appear that that's as necessary.
So I went on staff's recommendation, I went on a tour with a former Gilpin County Commissioner to a shooting range that had noise mitigation in their shooting sheds. And I went to a shooting range that did not. And I'm just a layman. What I can tell you is that there was a big difference to my layman ears.
That's been my experience at our current shooting range as well. Not seeing the difference between the two, but seeing the one thing I would say about who experiences that noise on the road, when you're traveling by on the road, whether on a bicycle or in a car or on foot, obviously if you're outside of a vehicle, you're more likely to hear something as you're going. I think the greater consideration is for the residents, people in the area, and people in the area that may be lingering for other purposes as well. And the environment, the noise environment for them. And I think, I know we've talked about, there's a lot of different things here, but I think that seeing that we have noise mitigation as a priority has been a concern of mine since day one for a long time on this, that we should be achieving noise mitigation out of it. And I understand what you're saying. I don't know what the answer is, but having the flexibility to try to streamline and still achieve that noise mitigation through verbiage in this contract that leaves us open to continue to work on that seems reasonable. And I don't think it's a great difference. We're just talking about modifying an agreement to be able to still seek a creative solution, which as both Sean and Georgia pointed out, which our current designers have really gone out of their way to collaborate with us on. So the design and the management of the budget continue on through the process. And we should still try to improve it. And so if we can just have words that allow us to try to improve it and get an agreement signed so that we can move forward and then continue to try to massage the final design to achieve some of those goals, I think it's a positive.
I'm going to suggest that rather than the board approve this at this point and go through then amending it, that we simply table consideration of this at this time. I do want to know, though, if the board would ask, what are our time constraints in terms of the CPW grant? So that's really directed to Lisa. I just want to go through the board as I present that question.
The time constraint from staff's perspective is actually the loss of this 400,000. It is October and there's an election, and in January Gilpin County had opposition at the public hearing for approval to this. It was a 2-to-1 vote. It wasn't unanimous. if elections should change that and we would not be able to work out an agreement. We've been working on this agreement a year. If it would take longer than that period of time, we may lose the 400,000 completely, which would drastically change the project scope. We have 1.4 million in place right now. That would bring it to 1 million even. We'd still have the CPW grant. We would still have to get approval to make the changes. I'm sure CPW would allow that because you might remember last year, CPW did actually say you could switch it over. It's not too late. The contract's not finalized. Before we go to federal fish and wildlife, we could change it to just do range improvements with the phase 2 funding. And we chose not to do that. We chose to move forward with the language as has been in the original grant application of February 2021. So with the language reflected in this IGA is that the same language that was in the grant contract that you approved last month. So we thought we did have your approval on that. So when we are looking at that, we can make those changes and we certainly can have the designers move, but the designers may have less budget if a decision can't be made, an agreement can't be arrived at.
This is why my preference is that we make this agreement today and then seek an amendment. We've got a bird in the hand and we've got a bird in the bush. Let's, deal with the bird in the hand today and approve it and go after the bird in the bush.
That makes sense to me. Yeah. Lisa, thank you for that good description and reminder about a couple of those factors. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair.
What's your thoughts, Peter?
My thoughts are that if you approve it as is, you are obligated and bound by this agreement, which I know that staff is not concerned about, but the board is expressing its concern. Now, there's nothing to stop staff from going back and working with the consultant and seeing if there's a way to do this. But understand that under this agreement, at the end of phase 2, the plan is to deliver 61 public shooting lanes as well as a new clubhouse. It doesn't indicate what the clubhouse is, although it does note that it does include restrooms, a classroom, office space, and a small retail area. Mm-hmm. So the board would be obligated by that. Now, the budget is set forth in phase 2 budget. It doesn't mean that, for example, where it says construction of clubhouse at 855,000, that we may not be able to allow some modification at that point. But I suspect that that's not something that Gilpin would be incredibly concerned with, but nonetheless, you are obligated by these terms right now. So if you approve this contract today, this is what you're approving.
And the risk to the board, or the risk is we may, if we are committed to the noise mitigation, the county may be owning all the costs of that if we sign this today. Whereas we still have some leverage in terms of getting our partners to cost share with us. Should we change this IGA and float it in 2 weeks or another time pretty soon?
I think they're not going to change their contribution of 400,000. How it's apportioned and used.
Yeah, I got you.
They have agreed to absorb some of the risk should this turn out to be a project that over time is costing the county more money. That they've agreed to assume some of that risk at a later date once it's complete.
I got you. So it would kind of be incumbent upon us. I mean, if you have, it can be viewed kind of like a business, right? I mean, you're providing a service, we're going to be charging money for it. And if you've essentially driven out all the capital costs of that, or almost all of them, and you still can't find a way to make it cost neutral or modestly profitable to fund enhancements in the future, then shame on us.
Business model hinges on the clubhouse. There is no business model without the clubhouse.
So ultimately, the board would have to come back possibly and figure out a way to fund the noise mitigation if that were the case. And that would be something that Lisa, I know there are plans to go for a grant, additional grant monies.
Yes, the staff has requested in the 2023 capital budget, 275,000 for that exact purpose to finish the phase 3. And we are in communication with CPW that we have told them we intend to go back for more, a couple of hundred more thousand for the 2023 grant cycle for that phase 3. So they're well aware of all 3 phases and that the phase 3 is going to be those shooting sheds, and that we have spent $30,000 on a sound engineer to design the best shooting sheds we could figure out and plausibly do. And the designers have that work also. So it's still a goal. If we could get the capital funding in 2023, I think we can make that, what you're asking for, happen. That's the path that we've laid out in front of everyone.
That's a really good point. What you budgeted, actually.
I think so too, and I have a lot of optimism, and I just unless Gilpin's asking for it, I don't see why we have a reason to bind ourselves in the way that's proposed in this contract. And so that's, and to try to sort of bring this conversation to a conclusion, I do think the best thing to do is go ahead and, deal with the bird that we have in our hand by approving this contract today, and then move forward with seeking a simple amendment to this contract that I would be surprised if they had a problem with.
Well,
Although by virtue of the fact that they're not going to give us any more money, what would be gained by doing that? They've already given us their maximum amount.
What's gained for them is they increase the viability of the project. They increase the odds that we can get it done. They still need us to get this done.
I think that,
One thing just real quick on a process perspective, we're already 20 minutes behind, so I'll give you a chance to say something, Randy. I'm not going to say any more, although I have a few more thoughts, and I'm happy to sign this today. So what are your final thoughts, Randy?
I think we should agree to sign the contract today. And I think the reasons, and I'd like to state those reasons as well. And I think the main thing is that we've expressed ourselves previously, and we've expressed ourselves today, that our goal is to get those sound mitigation walls. So staff has heard us. We all get it. If we're able to seek an amendment that makes a material difference in the outcome or what we can predict to be the outcome, then I have no problem with continuing to seek those amendments. I just want to be really clear that it's very important to me that for our citizens that we try to make sure we get the noise mitigation for the reasons that I already stated. But with regard to noise mitigation, I'd also like to point out that we don't get the closures on the north half of on the north side of I-70 unless we achieve this project as well. And so without this project, and if it's risked by the election and all the other factors that Lisa's pointed out, then I think that there's another level of noise mitigation that we continue to subject a bunch of our residents to, which is the continued dispersed recreational shooting in the areas of that would be closed if we do get this done. And for that reason, I think we should go forward. And I think that our staff direction, though, is also to still continue on a hard path to get those additional grants and to find the funds to be able to build the sheds and mitigate the noise and try to achieve that. Let's go for that fund in 2023, as Lisa said. And if we, if it's possible to get an amendment, it doesn't hurt to ask. I just want to make sure that actually seeking and achieving the amendment actually gains us some collateral here.
Thanks, Randy. So I'm ready for a motion on item number 2.
I have one question when you're done voting.
Move we approve the intergovernmental agreement for construction of the Clear Creek County Sport Shooting Park with gratitude to staff.
Yeah, thanks for your patience. Can I get a second, Randy?
I was muted. I said second. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Brian?
For me, I asked the question, maybe I didn't ask the last time we discussed this. So what are the next steps in your mind? I mean, we got some work to do to go back with our designer, but I am hearing that from at least one of you, we're not even clear if we're going to build a clubhouse yet. So I feel like
I think that was, I take that back. And part of this is we had so many conversations about that and so many things have happened between then and now. I just personally, I'll speak for myself. I want to make sure that policy decisions such as what side of the road is the parking lot in, that there are no more surprises for the board. And if there are policy decisions that were brought into that conversation, and it doesn't have to be necessarily a public meeting. You all have our phone numbers. You have my phone number. You have all of our phone numbers. So I share your desire for this process to be better than it's been in the past. And, you know, I think we all own some part of that.
Yeah, I thank you, Sean. I agree. I think the next steps are whenever the designer is ready to bring us back the next round, and then to seek this amendment that I think broadly speaking, just grants us flexibility to design and phase this site as we think we can to meet the needs that we have in our community.
And I'm not suggesting, I've got to figure out how, you know, on the tally sheet, you know, who Brian was checking off. I'm not suggesting we don't build a clubhouse, but if there are design elements of either the clubhouse and or the sheds or other elements of noise mitigation that we can, again, value engineer as we continue to move forward with the project, now that we get a contract signed and rolling, then we should seek those, make it the best project it can be while pursuing additional funds in 2023. And I'm totally sympathetic to the idea that this project is not, without a clubhouse, the project itself is not as financially sustainable, and that we should seek the clubhouse and continue to do that at this time.
Thank you.
All right, perfect.
Did we vote on that motion?
Yeah, we did. It was unanimous. So we are almost a half an hour over time. Our next agenda item was at 10:05, but we'll just press forward. It's our semi-annual update with the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau. And I don't see anyone in the room, but probably out there.
They're right there.
Oh, someone invite them in.
Do you want me to go grab him?
I thought Brian went out there.
I can go grab him.
Kind of went that away.
Hello.
Have a seat.
It's all right
Sure.
here. Hi, John, how are you?
Morning, you guys.
Good morning.
I just need to be able to plug my laptop into the slideshow. Is that possible? Or do you?
Yeah, can you maybe send it to me? Is that a thing? Unless you want to log in on here, you can become a panelist. That works too.
Megan can drive for you
Yeah.
while you're presenting. Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah. I don't have it on a flash.
Okay, I wanted that to be a lot shorter.
No, it's okay.
Amy, how long do you think you need for the 11 o'clock session?
It might not take a whole
Can you make me the host
It
again?
can't take a whole hour.
Sorry,
Get
it
caught up.
booted me off because of internet.
Okay, so what I think we'll do is, your session started late and it'll end late, but maybe work to get this over by 11:15, and then we'll be able to get caught up with our next one. So I think that'll still give you guys plenty of time.
It's like sitting on the moon. All right.
Cass, do you want a flash drive?
I have one.
Okay, I was gonna say I've got about 300.
I know it took me a minute to find it with all my pins in my bag.
Okay.
Sorry to delay you further.
That's okay.
Hopefully the fonts will.
If not, you could just open it on yours and I can make you a panelist too. Do you want to do that? Whatever is
Share your
easier.
screen.
We'll see if this works.
Okay.
We could always run the PDF too if we needed to. All right, here. Let's see.
Recognize that number?
Which one is it?
So let's try the PowerPoint.
This one?
No, it's gonna be
Oh, sorry.
this.
Let me close this out of it. Okay, which one?
Try the final, this one. Yep, 10-4.
Sorry, Esther.
Oh, nope, it didn't take the font. So let's open the PDF.
This one? Or this one?
This one, final.
Oh, shoot, sorry. I'm clicking and they're all like the same color.
This.
Got it. This is what you
Yeah,
want?
yeah, and then just make it full screen. So just hit this one here.
Let's just make it, and then let me share my screen.
Okay, that works. Hi, Megan.
Yeah, how's it going? Cool. There we go. Can you all see this?
Yes. Perfect. Hey, it worked. Thank you.
Yeah. Just tell me when they'll try and pay attention and.
All right, so we're running a little bit behind, but time for the semi-annual update with the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau. Over to you, Cass.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having us. Just want to start by introducing two of my board members, and I believe we have one online. I have two online. Okay.
Karen and Nicole.
Awesome. Okay. So I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with our board or not, but I have John Sellers, who's our chair. He's marketing director with Loveland Ski Area. And then Alan Blado with Liquid Descent, owner and operator. Cameron Marlin, she is the recreation general manager for the county. And then Nicole Nimmers, who owns 1111 Sales. And I'm Cassandra Patton. I'm the director of tourism. Okay, that was that slide, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Also go to the next slide.
I think it's you, Megan, that has the ability to bring Cameron Marlin and Nicole Nembers in as panelists.
Oh, yep. Sorry, I didn't know that.
So I want to just jump in and talk about this year. One of the opportunities we were able to dive into was building a strategic plan. And so this was an incredible opportunity with the State Tourism Office, former State Tourism Director, Kathy Ritter, a team of hired specialists with MMGY Global Next Factor. And we also worked with community leaders, stakeholders, and residents from around the county to help develop this new strategic plan. And this effort also gave us opportunity to modify our vision and our mission and our value statements. So if you go to the next slide. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So with that, this is our new mission statement. And, I'm just going to read it out loud. It's to maximize visitor spending in ways that support our businesses, benefit our communities, and protect our home and heritage. And we're really proud of this new mission statement. It really works to take a new direction for the Tourism Bureau and pivot from what we've talked about in the past as far as more tourism and, always wanting more. So this is the new direction for the board. I'll go to the next one. Our new vision statement is now everything you come to Colorado for. This ties into what we have on our website and kind of is the overarching umbrella for all of our marketing. So for instance, if you go to visit Clear Creek, it'll say, welcome to real Colorado. And so that's the new vision. And then go to the next slide. And then with the core values, we had it was really challenging to come up with just 4 words and use those as the definition of our core values. And so we came up with more statements than we did just words and talking about, our sustainability and how that relates to preservation, prosperity, and community. That, we're proud that we're authentic, our history, our heritage, we're grounded in our authentic nature. And then we're inclusive, we're equitable, we're passionate, and we're aspirational. And then we have the grit, as the Colorado Tourism Office likes to call it. We have that integrity. We're trustworthy, we're honest, we're transparent. So these were just the set of core values that we arrived at. And so all of these things then lead, into how we formulate our marketing and our advertising for the county. And then we'll go to the next slide.
Through that workshop, we also created this one-page handout. It's also a reference sheet for us. It talks about, all of these things I've just mentioned, as well as our targets and some of our goals that we have in the next 3 years. And this was all developed basically to build on our positive momentum while working to address the emerging concerns of, inflationary pressures, our I-70, reconstruction, and then the legislation as, that was just arriving in the beginning process of the strategic plan. Okay, next slide. So then, as it relates to destination marketing and management, this is one of the slides that we presented when we were here in the spring. And so I just wanted to kind of give you an update, that our marketing and management efforts are underway. And we're continuing to look for ways to divert visitors into our slower shoulder seasons. Currently, we've placed a variety of educational materials around the county. We have restaurant table tents, bathroom signage, trail maps, visitor guides, all working to encourage responsible visitation, and then continuing to identify qualified visitors while running specialty campaigns to those who have visited our trail systems within the last 6 months. So we have a new reach program through the destination marketing management that we're exploring this year. Okay, next slide. So then, as it relates to the Colorado Tourism Marketing Matching Grant, this is what has made the strategic marketing or the strategic plan possible. So we earned this grant through application at the end of 21, and it's for this year. And so that title of the grant was Operation Overloved, and the idea is just to address the emerging concerns around over-tourism, and then working to strengthen the visit responsibly message through a variety of touch points, again, from digital advertising, smart marketing, trail signage, educational materials. Next slide, please. Here are a few examples of what we've been working on. We started, kind of brainstorming this, and the word WILD is an acronym. We're using that to share the message of visit responsibly, and then connecting the trails to the cash registers, as we've discussed in previous meetings also. And so through that, the overall arching on this is, when you shop, dine, play, or stay, you're helping preserve the lands you love, because a portion of what you are doing in the county is then given back to the lands. So we'll go to the next slide. Here's a few more examples of things that we've created this year. Again, working to tie in the overall campaign messaging, strengthening it. We have a billboard installed here in the county in Dumont with this Live Wild messaging. We also produce new visitor guides with articles inside talking about responsible visitation, what that means, what that looks like. And then we've created digital ads as well as special updates to our website to reinforce all of the messaging. Okay, next slide, please. And then, we've talked about in the past too, how do you measure success? What does success look like? And this is one example, looking at the analytic report from the back end of our website. This is a comparison of the same time frame last year to this year. You can see that there's a rise in, page views and traffic of about 20 to 26%. And then consistently year over year, we are about 90% of new visitor traffic to our website. So that's encouraging too, because then that we don't have a high, I'm trying to say, we're not seeing a 90% increase of the same traffic. We're seeing new visitors. So we're able to spread the message further and get more people to understand what it is, who we are, and what we're trying to explain to them. And then we also keep an inventory of the top 10 pages visited, as well as the top 10 referrals to our website. This helps us get a good pulse on what pages are popular, making sure the information's updated and relevant, and then also understanding how the dollars we're spending into our digital campaigns are transferring back to our website. Okay, next slide, please. So then through that process, we created a QR code special for the Live Wild campaign. And we just circulated the bathroom signage, tabletops, and trail signs in the last 4 weeks. And in that period, we've already received 465 scans with smartphones of the QR code, taking them to our website. And then we've received over 11,000 unique page views to that website. So far, that page is ranked number 1 as far as most traffic we're receiving since it went live. So I think from our perspective, we're getting pretty good traction on the new campaign and getting some good visibility on that. And then as a side note, I will add that since our organization was reformed in 2012, our website has generated more than 1 million visitors and 2 million page views, with a continuing a new visitor footprint of 90%. Okay, next slide.
When you say,
Go ahead.
I just want to understand, when you say visitors, do you mean like people that come to Clear Creek, or like visitors to your page, or?
Unique website visitors.
So people that came to the website?
Correct. Yes, so tracking that, and then is a good example. It's very difficult to track in county versus online, and we're working with smart digital campaigns to do just that, where when I come back in the spring, we'll be able to share some hard data on this new report we're running through a geofencing smart campaign, and where we've retargeted people that have visited our trails in the last 6 months, and then serving them messages and seeing what kind of return we get on them coming back to visit our restaurants and our shops and our attractions.
Thank you. Just a little confused. Wanted to make sure I understand.
Yeah, so 1 million visitors. The traffic to our website has been 1 million visitors, and then 2 million page views. So for every visitor, they've gone to, an average of 2 pages per visitor. So it's not, so they're not just going to the homepage and leaving. So they're actually looking for information.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, this is right. So then the next one I wanted to talk about is and so that's about 21 advertised their nightly rates out of the 26. And then we were able to determine that there's a average nightly stay of $176. And the highest rate listed was $364, and the lowest rate listed was $55. The research team also noted that there is approximately 634 short-term rentals, averaging $356 a night. So that's the preliminary data that I just wanted to share. And I know we had talked about getting that information to you. So do you have any questions on the hotel data?
Do you have any information about what the average STR looks like? You mentioned the 356 a night, but is that a giant house in Evergreen, or is that a smaller place in Georgetown, or what does that look like?
That's the average, isn't it?
It's the average. And so they kind of broke it down into, we're talking about like an 8-room hotel or an 8-room, building versus a 2-room, stay.
Exactly.
And so I think through there, we could get more, granular and figure out exactly which one is which price. But the average of the 634 was that $356 a night. And it does give an idea of how many are, in those room areas. I'd be comfortable sharing that with you.
Yeah, I'd like to have a chance to look at it and dig into it. And, as of right now, thanks for doing it, and look forward. Obviously, a ton of curiosity, and we can talk about it together later.
Absolutely. And then I'll go to the next slide. And then one other thing that we talked about was really wanting our organization to really connect with the community. And so through that, I've been taking on that effort and setting up, meetings with elected officials, attending special meetings, and working to reconnect with our communities post-COVID. So here, these are just a few things that I've done and I'm continuing to do. I've met with a few of the elected officials. I have meetings even this week yet, chamber meetings, promotion meetings, also, meeting with the visitor center directors and community center directors, especially as it relates to the new information center we're working on. So we moved into our new offices in May. So at the old resource center, which, fun fact, was the Idaho Springs stagecoach stop. And was one of the original post offices and all. So we're learning some cool history about the building also. And so we're working on getting that front office turned into, little mini information center. And then working on building out residential and stakeholder strategies and connectivity as it relates to the strategic plan and different kinds of communication platforms. Next slide. And then, excuse me, these are some additional items of ways that we've been working to connect with the community also. We've held some workshops, assisting with graphic design, joining committees, attending special meetings, ensuring contribution to, the vision of the county. So whether that's being part of the Recreation Outdoor Master Planning Project or, joining the NOCO Places Committee, working to update the trail and maps for the name changes that are coming, rafting industry meetings, special meetings with different business owners as requested, and our sheriff's department, the town of Georgetown, and variety of different things. And more things are coming from this. We've found out recently that there's a need for assistance with possibly a parking map in Idaho Springs, or possibly 6th Street campaign for Georgetown, figuring out different ways to collaborate with the communities and kind of help leverage marketing dollars and push them forward. And then one quick question as far as community collaboration goes, with the new address change for us at 1531 Colorado, we've noticed that the resource center is still listed at 1531 or the Jefferson Center for Health, or there's a laundry list of things if you Google that address that still come up. And I'm wondering who to direct that to as I find things that need to be readdressed, to the new health building. Yeah. Is it on Google? It's like that? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So I don't know, is that you or is that somebody else, or who do? You can sometimes change it through Google, because I did that for our health and wellness center. It was wrong. So I can see if I can try and do that. But a lot of times it's like through Google, and it's really.
Yeah.
Whoever owns the places account.
So it'd be more like connecting with the county to connect with Jefferson Center for Health and different organizations. Like, we won't have the ability to change the website for Jefferson Center for Health, but I need to know who to connect with to try to get those addresses changed so that we stop getting some of that residual traffic. I can look into that and try and figure that out for you guys. It's correct on our website, correct? Do you know? There are a couple places under the Civic Engage that are still listed as 1531. Okay, let me know and I'll change those for sure. And then I'll see if I can figure out through the Jefferson one too. Perfect.
And in general, Brian is probably a great person to ask for contacts if you're trying to talk to JCMH or anybody else.
Well, and it's one of those things that just kind of came up in planning for this meeting that I was like, oh, I'll ask you while I'm here. Yeah. So, okay. That sounds great.
Just a quick comment from me. I appreciate that you're leaning into and documenting the ways you're trying to collaborate. I do remember not that long ago when we had a collaborative economic development process breakdown because our organizations couldn't get along and didn't want to deal with each other. And I'm just really excited to see a lot of different organizations use that word a lot more and try to explore what that means to do better in Clear Creek.
Thank you. And it's definitely been kind of a restart since COVID. I feel like the 2 years that we all kind of were in silos, it really broke down a lot of those relationships, and it's fun in a lot of ways to reconnect and and start these conversations again and plug back into the community in ways that, I don't know, I guess, that are easy to forget that were lost along the way with COVID, you know? So thank you for that. I appreciate that comment.
Yeah, and I was referring to much longer history and events going, that I experienced in 2018 and that I'm aware of going back decades as to how the organizations in Clear Creek County want to treat each other. So thank you.
Okay, next slide. We're almost there. So moving forward, I wanted to take a few minutes to kind of discuss the budget for tourism, talk about some of the variables that are going on this year, and kind of look to you for your expertise on, how you think we should proceed in moving forward. I think with the way the ballot language is written and, the range that was installed in the ballot measure, and I understand we need to provide a budget for you for 23. And there's just a lot of uncertainties. And so we wanted to bring that to you and just kind of see if you have any feedback for us on that.
I think it's probably a conversation best had after the election. Right? I mean, there's uncertainty in terms of what type of a reality we're going to be faced with.
Except I think she needs to build a budget before that.
Exactly.
Right, so she's asking him for feedback on terms of how to build her FY23 budget, and she's gonna have to start working on that before the election. I think she's even a deadline to present it to us by
The 1st of December.
1st of December.
Which is after the election.
Yeah.
If it was me between now and November 8th, when we find out what happens with the 2 ballot measures that are affecting lodging taxes, I'd be drafting 2 budgets. I don't know what else to do. I'd be drafting a budget that says, here's what happens if this one passes. Here's what happens if they both pass. Here's what happens if nothing passes. And I don't know what else can be done.
Right. Well, and I guess our question to you would be in regards to the range. I know we had, we just would like some clarity on the, if there is clarity to be had on the maximum of up to 40% and how we should interpret that and what the forecast is for lodging tax for 23 at this point, if that's changed at all from Maria or that's still.
I saw a recent update that raised the optimism a little bit. I think maybe projection of 475 for this year, and that's up 50,000.
Not a lot higher, but a little higher.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get you that actual number.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the simplest thing is to base it on last year. So I think one of the things that the philosophy I believe that we sort of embraced was kind of a status quo, right? To kind of preserve what you guys are already doing.
Oh, yeah, as far as what, if it passes, if we have 100% of the lodging tax revenues that are collected in Clear Creek County are done by the county, then yeah, I think we would proceed with what we discussed when we were putting it on the ballot, which is leaving your revenues where they've been historically. I think that would be a great outcome for the community and us, but a lot of other, the voters have decisions to make, and
the voters have 2 decisions to make, and depending on if both pass, then it's a different calculus problem for sure, or I guess it's more algebra. But.
Okay. So when you say historically, in the level of funding that you recommend for our baseline, are you leaning into that, the same number that you've kind of repeated consistently around the 250,000 number that has come from the budgets previous to COVID? Because, I mean, our budget for this year was 320,000.
That's including grants that you received outside of the funding sources that we're talking about right here, isn't it?
I think that was above and beyond. I think it was 360 with.
No, it was 370 with the grant.
370 with the grant.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I'll speak for myself and see if Randy and George agree, but when we were doing our analysis, we looked back over the last 5 or 6 years and essentially backed out the grants that we have no control over, that you have some control over, to create a sustainable funding level that would enable you to continue to provide the services that you have been providing. If you guys go out and find more money, that's great. You know, we're not going to, the intention wasn't to carve anything out, but it was essentially to provide this baseline level of funding. And yeah, based on things like COVID and different grants that you guys are successfully applying for, that gives you the opportunity to do more.
Maybe it would be helpful if staff sends the documents that were part of the memo for the decision. That was where all those numbers were.
Yep.
And maybe if staff sends that, that would help you. Rather than going off of my recollection of that conversation, those documents might give you a good place to start.
That'd be great. That'd be really helpful, I think. And then I think the next portion moving forward, thank you for the budget information. You know, we were hoping to get some insight from the commission on, you know, our previous conversations around the strategic plan, our goals, our initiatives, some of the big ideas that we have, and as it relates to the county in, you know, really hoping to brainstorm, you know, prioritize and figure out what we need to kind of sink our teeth into that's going to really help the county, you know, with some of these critical touch points and the things that we're having, the bigger conversations we're having with recreation, the bigger conversations we're having with our economy, and wanting to make sure that, you know, we're helping steer the ship forward also, and trying to figure out what the best setting would be to work with the commissioners to kind of brainstorm and further discuss the strategic plan so that we can align, you know, our goals. What would that look like?
One thing that, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, maybe I'm sounding like a broken record, but I think there's going to be different constraints or opportunities based on what happens in the election. So I think that's probably a conversation that makes sense to start in the new year. But the one thing I will say is I was really pleased to see the work that you guys done defining your mission and those kind of foundational statements. I think they all look like they were really well thought out. They're not too long, which is a mistake that is often made. And I would commend you in that work for sure. And I'm sorry, Randy, I interrupted you.
No, that's okay. All right, Sean, I'm trying to learn how to say, you go ahead. It just is an automatic reflex, you know, it's and that's not a statement about anybody else. It's only about myself, making sure that I'm not the interrupter all the time. Well, 2 or 3 statements first of all, let me say that I really appreciate the report and all the work that you've done. I appreciate seeing the level of collaboration and wanting to work towards sustainable tourism and visitor behavior. Also, I think the fact that you're here, though, to promote the economy and tourism means it's important to focus mostly on directing people, again, I hate to sound, I'm going to go ahead and be the broken record, the same one that you've heard before, which is the function of directing people towards the cash registers is the most important thing. To imagine that you're steering the ship when it comes to recreation and public land management is, I think you're more like you know, when we decide to advertise, when we decide to advertise responsible tourism and how to do that and what it means, we advertise through different outlets, different opportunities, one of those being tourism advertising. And so when it comes to that part, I think the tourism, you know, your particular board and your particular operations are more propellers than steering wheels. And in other words, there are public land managers that will help direct that. Toward that end, I know the one comment about making sure that you can disseminate visitors throughout the county. It's not a given that spreading the peanut butter over the entire piece of toast is actually the land management practice that the land managers will land on. And the reason is because just like in transportation, where we have latent travel demand, and the thought for a long time was that you could, before, you know, Californication took place, was that you could simply reduce congestion by widening the highway and widening the highway. And it turned out there was enough latent travel demand to simply expand the footprint of congestion by using those same tools. So to do the same thing in public lands when the Forest Service and CPW and everyone else is scratching their heads over their own mission and how they're trying to do this is to maybe make assumptions that are, for the tourism board to decide that we need to disseminate visitors across Clear Creek County onto all of the other trails may not actually reduce congestion in the areas that are already highly congested. It may simply expand the footprint of recreational congestion as well. So I think so what's really important is that you do continue to collaborate with our ROMP, especially with regard to county lands and with NOCO, and that we're informed by NOCO or whatever efforts are going on with the U.S. Forest Service. So as we do that, as you move forward with that, I'd like for you to keep in mind that it's kind of like if we get a lot of people cooking that broth or deciding what to put in the soup, then it may be a really different soup than we thought when it came out, and it might become very large. So that's my only feedback, except that you're doing exactly the right thing by focusing on the collaboration part in order to understand that. But I think to understand that those efforts that are specifically about public land management will help inform whether I guess I'm saying it's not the tourism board's place to decide whether, how, and where to distribute people exactly, other than to do it in cooperation with those people that are responsible for that land.
I agree with what Randy said as far as I agree with everything that Randy said. And the thing that I think really deserves emphasis right now is asking for a focus on the business districts in the municipalities. I know I've already seen some of that. I saw an ad where you listed the municipalities in the ad. I think it's appropriate for us to have specific ads that say, hey, come to 6th Street in Georgetown. The reason I'm highlighting 6th Street in Georgetown right now is because there's a lot of alarm in Georgetown right now. They've lost their anchor restaurant due to a fire, and they really need support in getting customers down here. If their measure passes, and we find out that the county is not collecting lodging tax revenues within Georgetown anymore, the conversation could be different. If Clear Creek County continues to collect lodging tax within Georgetown, I would be a strong advocate to see ads this fall that say, go to 6th Street in Georgetown and specifically market those areas. And I know that's a hard conversation to have among the municipalities about how much is the right amount and all of that. And I know that's why you've focused on Clear Creek County as a brand over the last 10 years or so. And I think it's time for us to move into figuring out that hard conversation, because that's really where we need the people to be. It's right next to the cash registers. So, yeah.
That's a nice add-on. And I'd like to say that in directing people, if you're trying to disseminate visitors throughout the county, I think that throughout the county, when those places throughout the county are that when the trails you send them to are Minor Street and 6th Street and in Georgetown and places like that, especially, that's where it does the most good for the least amount of impact to the existing environment.
Great.
Anything else from your team? Any comments from the board members who are online? Brian has a question in the meantime.
How many STRs total?
I was going to ask you to check in on that later.
634.
And that's countywide, so that's the municipalities also.
That would be a question for the research company. I would believe so.
It's got to be. One more time, 635?
634
634.
with an average of 356 per night. And then we only collected 26 total properties, hotels, motels, lodging, official lodging.
What's the number of rooms now in the county total?
We have about 445 rooms is what our research told us. And then we have about 1,472 pillows due to things like Easter seals, how they have limited rooms, but they have a lot of space. So things like that.
So to be clear, 634 was just short-term rentals.
Correct.
Yeah, it's kind of notorious in the short-term rental industry having data problems.
Right. I mean, if that number's actually right, that makes me wonder if our number's right.
Right, how many
And I mean, the only thing that we know about our number is that it's wrong, right? We see Airbnb do studies that show different numbers than the scrubbers that say they can get 100% of the information, and that's different numbers than we hear. I mean, you get a different number everywhere you look.
Good segue to our next topic.
Well,
Did you have a
reconciling,
comment for this conversation?
I was just wondering, where did that data point come from?
We hired a third-party research company to help us with the lodging and hotel study that we conducted. And that was the number we were provided as a side note to what we were actually looking into.
Can we ask who the third party is?
Is that fine?
Maybe we should square that offline.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else?
Just a quick reminder, we have 3 board members up for renewal that will be coming before you on the 18th. And then our lease agreement, I believe is being reworked a little bit. We had a little bit of a hiccup with our lease agreement, where it was for a 3-year, but it was a 1-year term in the dates. So we're hoping to have that revised. And then, our contractual agreement as a lodging tax panel is up for renewal also in December. So we just need to make sure that we stay under your radar and get all these boxes checked.
Okay, I
The
think
county
that's in your
attorney's
court,
office
right?
is working on the next version of the contract.
Okay.
And I think I remember Sean saying this, but, having a new county attorney, every contract is looking a little bit different coming out. I'm not aware of any direction from the board or conversation from the board about specific clauses in that contract, but for expectation management, you'll probably see it look a little different.
Okay.
Yeah, and those type of details are things that this board generally does not get involved with.
Right. But we have direction from the board. We understand what certain changes are that the board is looking for, and we'll present those to you in advance so that you can discuss them with your board.
Do you have a timeline of when we might be able to expect an initial draft of the new agreement?
By the end of November.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Hopefully sooner, but I don't want to promise it.
No, that's, as long as we have a kind of an idea of when it's coming, I think that's helpful. Have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you guys for your time, and I think moving forward and work on our plan for next year, we might have ask for some more feedback on projects and work, look for some advice from you guys on where you think we can have the most immediate impact and, looking for your insight into some of these problems as we try to address them with this management strategy.
Yeah, much appreciated. Much appreciated to all the volunteers on the board and to you too, Cass.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks. So we're still running a little bit behind, but not quite as far behind as we were.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, sorry, that was. Okay. You did great.
One more agenda item before lunch. And that's consideration of approval. I'm sorry. Yes, consider approval of 2260 resolution to change planning department fee schedule for short-term rental permits.
Okay, thanks.
I would love to have more time. I'm gonna go meditate somewhere if I can get it.
Can I hook up my computer so people can see?
If you want to join this as I can make you a panelist and then you can share your screen. Does that work?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So I can show you just
The camera's right there with the Zoom link.
or you can just go to county website.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, this may. This is my first in-person presentation since
Yeah.
COVID. so-
Oh, there you go.
All right, so I'm gonna go record this, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
even though it's gonna change immediately.
Cluster.
Yeah.
And then on the first one that'll pop up here, go to government,
Yep.
click agendas, and then just click on the first one. You should be able to click the link and join.
We are not, oh.
Great, thank you for your patience. Good morning, Commissioners. Fred Rolandhagen, Planning and Building Services Manager for Clear Creek County. I'm bringing forward to you the agenda item for consideration of approval of fee increase, resolution number 22-60, which is in your packet, to amend the Planning Department fee schedule for short-term rental permits. So the recommendation is to amend the Planning Department fee schedule for short-term rental permits from the current $250 to increase it to $500. As requested by the commissioners prior, planning staff evaluated the short-term rental permitting fees to assure their adequacy for funding the program and whether they are on par with other adjacent and rural mountain communities. The county commissioners also directed staff to report back once the cap of 160 is reached. And so I provided some information on that also in my memo. I suppose technically the cap has been reached, but as I said in my memo, it's literally changing on a daily basis as we are communicating with short-term rental permit holders of the of the primary resident permit, which is unlimited, which has no cap. And as we're getting the word out and permit holders are realizing that, those who are primary residents are actually shifting over to the primary resident permit, opening up more non-primary resident permits for people on our waiting list. So those lists are literally changing. I think a couple weeks ago, the numbers were literally changing on a daily basis.
How long is the waiting list, or how many people are in the waiting list right now, and how many recharacterizations have happened recently?
As of right now, or as of September 27th, we have about 5 people on the waiting list, or 5 applicants that are on the waiting list. Throughout the month, throughout the month of August and September, we had about 10. I think prior we had about 10 primary resident permits, and now we have about 19 or 20. So we had about 10 of them that moved over so far. If Cindy Rushmeyer is on the Zoom call, she could probably give us a more current number, but I believe that this number is fairly accurate.
I feel like I know 10 residents who are doing short-term rentals at their homes.
Yeah.
Which would suggest there might be a compliance issue.
There probably is. That we know that we don't have every single short-term rental. I do not know of a county that accounts for every short-term rental. As an example, I was looking. When I was doing my research to find out what other counties were doing, and I have no intent. One county, I will not name the name. I will not name a name, but there was one county that I had identified. They thought they had about. It was either 200 or 300 short-term rentals in the county, but they had only issued 60 permits. So yes, compliance is an issue all over the place.
Meeting with a firm on Thursday that claims that we have twice as many short-term rentals as we believe that we have. So I'm just gonna meet with them and hear them out and see what they have to say. I'm not even involving staff yet, because I don't know if it's worthwhile yet, right?
But the majority of those could be owner occupied for all we know. We don't have that granular data yet.
Correct. They could be owner occupied or not, right?
Yeah.
It could just be regular short terms that aren't compliant.
There's one county that I'm pretty sure has a really good handle on this, and it's because they secured an agreement with Airbnb to require the local permit number be put onto the Airbnb listing before the listing is active. And I think that's a really good method, and that's how Denver's pretty sure that they know about every single short-term rental in Denver. Obviously, it's a little easier to get agreements like that out of Airbnb when you're the city of Denver.
Yeah, big cities have been able to do that too also.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so that's essentially where we are right now in terms of the count that we know that we have and that we have heard from Lodging Revs, our consultant that monitors the web and lets us know of what's going on. We have, as of 9/27, September 27th, we have got about. We have all 160 non-primary resident permits filled with primary resident permits at around 19. Applicants on the waiting list are about 5. This is also coming into our renewal season. So once we get the fee set, whether it's increased or not, we're going to send out notification to permit holders as soon as possible. To let them know of the renewal process, how to renew, where to renew, and any changes to the permit. So for example, if there's a fee increase, we'll let them know the fee increase. We'll also let permit holders know of the primary resident permit opportunity to make sure that everybody has that information and can switch over to a primary resident permit if they wish. One thing to note, we do not require primary residents to get a primary resident permit. If they have a non-primary resident permit and want to keep it, they can. Some primary residents have desired to do this because of potential future plans. Maybe they want to move out or they want to keep their options open. So, but as of this time, the regulations do not require that you get one or the other, except that if you're a non-primary resident, you cannot apply for a primary resident permit.
That'll be interesting. That's the important thing, I think, for us to look at.
I have a question, actually. Why not require primary residents to have a primary resident permit? In other words, don't allow them to have a non-primary.
I can think of reasons you would and reasons you wouldn't. But I think it's a question that we should definitely raise when we're talking about our codes.
I assumed it's been an error so far, that people mistakenly apply for something unnecessarily, i.e. primary residents applying for.
Well, I think a lot of it stems back to before we changed the regulations in December. Last December was all we had was
distinction.
Was one kind of
permit.
So everybody applied for that type of permit, and then when we placed that cap, any primary residents who had the permit just kept it. They had no necessary reason to get rid of it unless they wanted to take advantage of the cost savings, which had some that wanted to take advantage of that cost savings.
We also had a hand raise in the chat. Cynthia, did she want?
Cindy Reschmeyer, she is our short-term rental administrator right now. So if you could.
I just promoted her to panelist if she wants to chat. She is. Okay.
Cindy, do you have anything to comment about about where we are on the our discussion, where we are on the cap and the update that I've talked about so far?
We're currently up to 12 on the waiting list.
Oh, okay.
And the other reason why some of them do not want to change from absentee to primary residence is due to the sale of their homes so that they can transfer that permit.
Legally revoke it?
We can.
Revoke the permit?
Yeah.
Can I request that we have that conversation when we're talking about our codes? Because right now we're just talking about our fees. And I think that's appropriate. I don't think, this isn't the setting. We're not noticed to be talking about some kind of change like that. I think that the operators that have that license might want to keep it and they should have their chance to explain why.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting we're going to change it today. I was just asking a question.
I'll be curious to hear that because that doesn't make any sense to me, but we can talk about that later.
Okay. Sounds good. So I'll move on to the fee schedule change. As I said in my memo, while the program, I'd explained that the program currently pays for itself. And while it does, we have been reorganizing planning and building services to better staff short-term rental permits. And so with the resignation of Cindy Reschmeyer and her position as planner, as a planner and a site development administrator, we are replacing that position with another operations manager position, and also moving that short-term rental program that she's been administrating over to a new planner code enforcement officer position. If you recall, we had a part-time code enforcement officer position. And so that position is now a full-time doing code enforcement and will be doing the short-term rental permit program. So with this new fee, as I explained in my memo, with an increase in this fee to 500, we will be able to fully fund that full-time position without any additional help from other general fund revenues. we think this is helpful because with code enforcement, and one person dedicated to this program as well as code enforcement, they can better they will be better equipped and better able to address some of the concerns and the complaints that we receive about short-term rentals, and cultivate a better relationship with short-term rental permit holders, to better assure that compliance is occurring. Let's see. So with that said, let me share my screen. Okay, and I did this is our, this is in your packet. This is the review that we did for see what other communities are doing, and how we compare, whether a permit was required. I identified whether primary residency was addressed or required in any of the regulations, number of permits allowed, whether they required a building inspection or not, if there was any occupancy limit, and whether the community requires a permit or a license under their authority to adopt under a community's authority to adopt an ordinance, and then the fee that they charge at the end. A couple things to note. There were not a whole lot of changes from the last time that you saw this at the beginning of the year, I believe, except there are a couple changes. Gilpin County recently adopted a new short-term rental ordinance, so they issue licenses, and you can see what they require and what their fees are. Summit County has been going through a regulation revision, and recently revised their regulations and created a tier program. I think it was a 3 or 4 tiered program, depending on the location of where your short-term rental is located in Summit County. And also Silver Plume adopted a new ordinance and will be issuing licenses. I don't believe they've begun yet, but they're looking at finding opportunities to implement their new licensing program. So Silver Plume is on the books right now. Other than that, I believe most of the other communities are the same as they were the beginning of this year. Most of the communities do require a permit. Some do not require a permit. We've got a handful of counties that still do not require any permit at all. We have one county that does not allow short-term rentals at all in their regulations. That's Routt County. But if you look at this, what we noticed is that generally that you have a wide range of fees ranging from $35 for a permit going all the way up to about $1,800 for a permit. But the median, generally most of the fees are in the $200 to $500 range. And so this increase to $500, if the board agrees and does that, would still be within that general range of what most communities are charging. As I said, if the board approves this, we would notify permit holders immediately along with their renewal notice. We tried to notify all permit holders of this particular action item last week. We ran into some snags with Lodging Revs, our third party consultant. But with this being an action item, other than noticing through the agenda, no other notice is required because it's not a public hearing.
On those counties and municipalities that are on the higher end of the permit fee, it seems like what they're trying to do is fund programs that address the impacts of short-term rentals, like such as housing, which is, of course, what we're doing is contemplating how to build a program that can process the permits and control the behavior. I think that comes down to a little bit, maybe a different legal interpretation of whether fees can cover the cost of the program itself or cover the impacts associated with whatever the permit is generating, right? Is that, am I correct in my understanding there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, currently, as I said, the permit fees would I don't think they're being earmarked for any particular housing, addressing any specific housing issues. But it would, it's a general fund revenue, would go into the general fund and then help pay for the staffing that it would take to do not only short-term rentals, but also enforcement.
Okay, well, I guess I'll state that I have interest in understanding the legality of trying to have a fee that is adequate to create those programs to mitigate impacts. That's not to say that I'm not in support of this today. As I view the proposal that's in front of us today, it's about trying to augment our ability to process permits effectively, get the inspections done on time, and be responsive to complaints that we receive. I think I don't think anybody would say that there's not room for us to improve there and that more revenue and more, therefore, dedicated staff time is the way to do that. We've all heard stories about, attempts to schedule inspections that were missed, various challenges with permit folks trying to get their permits processed quickly, as well as on the side of the residents who are impacted by short-term rentals that don't follow the rules. A need for more robust follow-up on those complaints. And I think that raising this fee to be able to do that is a really good idea. So that we can start by just meeting the expectations that we established and that we have.
I agree with that. And it mirrors a conversation we had, but was it almost a year ago, regarding complaints that we'd had from citizens in terms of our rules not being enforced, and message from our staff that we didn't have the resources to enforce the rules that we had approved. And I think that's the right place to start.
I agree with that. I think there's a lot of other work to do here that we kind of touched on today, and recognize that this was not the noticed, that was not a notice. These were not notice discussions. And so there's more places to improve this. But I think this particular fee increase is justified to make sure that we can, first of all, do the job that we said we would do for the permit holders, as well as be able to respond and manage the whole program and its impacts.
So am I hearing a potential desire to go even higher?
I think we should consider, I think the way that we would go higher would be based on a legal analysis of whether we can impose a fee to address the impacts of the industry. I think right now, what I'm hearing staff say is that $500 is the amount that covers our costs associated with managing the program. And that's what we are very confident we can do legally and know we need to do.
So setting aside the legal question that you have, which I believe is a separate matter, and also will be impacted by the outcome of the lodging tax ballot measure, which is also geared towards exactly those type of impacts. Looking specifically at the criteria that we're looking at for this increase, in terms of basically being able to manage this program, my question is actually, is this truly sufficient? This increase does not seem necessarily like it will be able to cover the real staffing needs to where we still won't be struggling, including being able to do our own investigative work as to people that may be operating STRs without permits, and then the additional enforcement. So my question is that I just wonder if we're even doing enough under that very strict criteria as to managing the STR program, if that's enough of an increase.
I understand that. And then when I hear Brian say there might be 100% more STRs out there than are currently, and if we are bring them into compliance, that would obviously change the revenue picture significantly as well.
Does this fee increase cover the code enforcement aspect generated by STRs?
So
if you can't answer that, that's okay.
yeah,
Too.
to me, that's a very difficult question to answer because code enforcement in general, and even specifically to short-term rentals, as I have observed here and also observed in looking at other counties, it's one of those things where you could probably have a staff of like 4 or 5 people, and they would all be spending 40 hours a week doing some kind of aspect of code enforcement. So I've always been, I guess throughout my career, I've always taken the position of we have to make do with what we have, because we're never going to have staffing enough to fully accommodate code enforcement. So I guess from my position, I have a hard time answering that question because of that mindset.
Maybe another version of that question is, how did we go from 250 to 500? I mean, at the surface level, it looks like a fairly elementary doubling of what we've done. What other analysis was at that? And also looking at our neighbors, is that kind of the extent of the analysis?
Yes, the extent of the analysis is what's in the memo. There's nothing magical about the analysis.
Okay.
The point is, I think that there is, legally speaking, even if you raised it to $1,000, I think you could absolutely justify from a legal perspective in terms of managing and staffing the program itself, because there's definitely enough work to go around. That's the only point I want to make, that irrespective of the separate legal analysis as to the impacts, the fact is that, as Fred is indicating, even you really don't even have enough at that level. So you could justify a higher fee, certainly, in order to then help staff or manage that program.
So I think we could go about this in 2 ways. One way, we could ask Fred to go back to the drawing board and come up with a more sophisticated plan or more detailed plan. The other way is we could go forward with this and measure things in 6 months. And because there's nothing preventing us from doing this in stages if it turns out that 1,000 is the right number. And I don't think any of us know what the right number is. And even that number calibrated on our last work session is 3 nights of rental for an average place here in the county.
You know, and I think the extent that we can tie this number to our cost of service would be better in my mind.
Yeah.
And then also, you know, what point is where's the tipping point of dissuading folks from?
I imagine it's far, far above what we're talking about here based on the profitability of this enterprise. But I don't think that just because there's money out there, it gives anyone the right to grab it.
No, that wasn't my point. It's more about dissuading, right? I'm more worried about, which goes back to my comment about who we're requiring to get a permit, right? I'm just thinking about the revenue that.
Right.
That we
By
need,
virtue
and
of
that
the
comes
fact
in.
we already have a waiting list. Yeah, that's part of the equation that doesn't really enter into my mind right now.
So I guess I would prefer to see you approve what we're recommending today and then us go back and do some more of that analysis to come back.
I think it doesn't, what I'm not hearing from anybody is that this is going to be too much money and we're not going to be able to efficiently spend this if it's approved.
And I think the one other comment that I would imagine Fred will make in a moment is that the renewal process is coming up quite soon. And if we delay the conversation on this, we miss the opportunity to get this increase in place in time to just get this renewal process going on track. And so I think that is definitely the way to go. So if you are willing to approve it today, I think, yes, please do. Thank you.
Yep, I'm on board with that. George, Randy, what are your thoughts?
I'll defer to Randy. I think I see you're unmuted.
He's muted. I think he's trying to figure out, there he is.
I was muted, but I didn't have anything to say. I was actually waiting for George to see what his reaction was to going today. I do think that, I mean, what we do today can always be redone and can always be changed. How long do we feel that we would be obligated to stay with this? So there's a level of certainty for those people who are applicants and others. Is there a kind of what I would call like an ethical or a functional or a logical limitation to how soon we could revisit this again?
Yeah, what we're planning for the 23 season, 23 permit season. And
yeah,
so
start, right.
Yeah, so when I'm thinking about changes to be made to either regulations or a permit fee, I'm looking at, okay, what changes do we need to make for the coming season? So we can explore this at any time in the coming months or next year, but it would be for the 24 season, for example. Right now, once we get this settled, we're going to be sending notices out for the 23 season, and that'll be it. And then and you can make changes to regulations at any time during the year, but what I will recommend is that they are effective for the subsequent season, the subsequent year, depending on when you make them, when we talk about them and when we make them, if that makes sense.
I realize we can change any time. I think we owe some level of certainty regardless of our intent. And so the next question is, is this a decision we should make today in light of the amount of discussion we just had about the potential for a higher fee in order to enable further? And sorry, Brian, notwithstanding your recommendation to go ahead and approve what staff has recommended today, I'm just curious to hear from George and Sean regarding that. I mean, I'm on the fence.
Yeah, just real quick, my rationale was doubling is a large increase, right? I don't remember us having a conversation sitting here about us doubling any other fee up to date. I could be wrong, but normally we're increasing them by more like 20 or 25% or 10% or something a little bit more calibrated to inflation. So that's one of the reasons why I don't feel the need to shoot higher right now.
I think that makes sense. And I'm pretty comfortable as far as timelines. I think if we approve this today, by early next year, all of the existing operators have either renewed their permits or not. And then a conversation subsequent to that about another change in the fee would impact them the following year. Mm-hmm. And so I think that this is the right approach. To do the $500 now, based on this analysis, and then look forward to further analysis about what it's going to take, and including lessons learned from what we can get out of that one FTE. One of the things that I think is kind of missing as I hear the county attorney's comments is costs that would be borne by his office if we did decide to take a violation to enforcement.
And now that we will be handling the civil penalties directly as opposed to any type of criminal penalty and it being handled by the DA's office, there will be additional cost.
And so that's where I think that we'll see that we have more costs than we're seeing here, but I'm willing to wait for that analysis to be complete next year. So basically, I'm in support of Brian's recommendation.
I have one quick clarifying question. I think it's for you, Peter. What's happening around the state? Because it would seem like taking a county to court over this wouldn't be a very fruitful proposition for anybody.
So it's much like any other code enforcement matter. And so it depends on the county as to how strong they are in going after violations of whether it's permits or just zoning violations in general. Clear Creek has been at a disadvantage because of the staffing issues and the funding issues. But there are certainly some counties that have much larger funds, general funds, and are able to enforce stronger than the past. I will tell you that the county attorney's office strongly believes in enforcement, and it's something that we have been working on with staff in the last year and a half in particular. But it's hard because of the staffing, but that is something that we hope to address. But we can do it, and I will tell you that STRs in general are a topic of conversation among the counties significantly, and regulation. And as Commissioner Marla mentioned, it's not just how it works, it's the actual impacts on the community from a tourism perspective and weighing that against any potential revenue.
Okay. Still have a little bit of time before noon. Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we take a vote?
I don't think so.
In that case, I move we approve resolution number 22-060 to amend the planning department fee schedule for short-term rental permits.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much for the presentation. Hard work.
Thank you.
Now, benefit to doing part of our executive session now, or should we just wait until 2? Or
I
after
would
2?
suggest we just wait until 2.
Okay. Then we stand in recess for lunch until 12:30.
Randy looks lonely.
Okay, it's 12:30. Back from our lunch break, and our next agenda item is a work session, not an action session, and it's a discussion regarding crisis intervention response. Brian, do you want to introduce the topic?
Sure. You know, probably a month into my start as county manager, you all have been along with the sheriff in Gilpin County to discuss a co-responder program. And I know there's been conversation since with respect to the board's desire to put something together as it relates to how we ensure all of law enforcement in this county has the resources they need to do their jobs effectively. So we put this item on the agenda after talking with the three of you, recognizing it's a conversation that you wanted to have. We created this space on the agenda for you to start that conversation about what does crisis intervention response look like in this county moving forward? What would a co-responder program look like? Got lots of staff in the room from the sheriff's office, from human services, EMS, here to answer and participate in that conversation. So again, this was just some space for the three of you to jumpstart that conversation again with respect to a co-responder program, what that might look like, et cetera. So.
Okay. And I mean, that was the beginning of it. Some articles have been out there, one specifically from, we're not alone. There's an article from the Colorado Sun. I'm looking at the picture of the state of Colorado. Of our 64 counties, 40 counties, mostly rural and mountain areas do not have a co-responder program in which a mental health professional responds to certain police calls. And I think I would broaden the conversation to talk about resources for anybody in the county who was having a mental health crisis, not necessarily to them directly as well. So one of the potentials that I've heard discussed is a different phone number or a specific resource that somebody from the community whose family member was having an issue could call that was different than 9/11. And I'm not saying that that's where I think things should land. I'm just saying that these are the type of creative ideas that are being mentioned. The only thing I would mention about the Colorado Sun article is most of the counties that have programs are larger, more well-resourced counties, but that's not universally true. I'm looking at counties like Prowers County and BOCC, which is down at the southeastern corner, Crowley, Otero, Delta County. So there are other counties other than the big counties in the metro areas that have those available. And one other thing I'll mention is we already do have a partnership with the Jefferson Center for Mental Health, and they have resources they have made available to Jefferson County. I know that they have a co-responder program there, and I believe JCMH plays a pretty central role in their responses. And so I think part of the discussion today is where do we go forward from here? And at least from my perspective, I think we would start at what resources do we already have available that the taxpayers are funding. And I know there have been issues with long response times because unlike Jefferson County, we're a good distance away, and parts of our county are pretty long transport time, and parts of our county don't have cell phone signals, as many of us know. But I think looking at Brian's memo, some of the possible outcomes of our conversation today are the potential to direct staff to conduct a review of our existing resources. I just mentioned that, including nonprofit providers, the state of Colorado funding, and agencies support. And another thing that's worth mentioning is Colorado recently created a new office of behavioral health. What is it? Does anybody remember what the exact term of that?
You just got
Yeah, okay. That has its own director, Dr. Morgan Medlock, and they have their own charter, and they are potentially a resource to us that we have not previously had. I believe that happened earlier this year. The second outcome is directing staff to begin outlining a development of the county-specific crisis intervention response team, or convening a task force of the county stakeholders, including law enforcement, nonprofits, and to Brian's point, law enforcement means our towns as well, the police departments, as well as the sheriff's department, Department of Human Services, to conduct a review of existing resources, kind of like I mentioned before. So, George, Randy, do you want to make any opening comments?
Happy to defer to you, Randy. I know it can be hard to break in when you're on Zoom.
No, go ahead. It feels like a natural sequence to go from the room then to the screen later. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think Sean summarized the situation well. The sheriff is in the room. I'm very curious to hear how he views these options, as well as our staff, DHS and EMS. The thing that, reflecting on our meeting in 2020 and the progress we've made since then, it seems to me like there are a whole lot more stakeholders than we really understood in that meeting or identified in that meeting. And that what we really need is to identify resources to jumpstart this process in a way that's inclusive of those stakeholders. Because we got a lot of different organizations with their own budgets and their own need to invest in this. Clear Creek County is one of them. So I think that's kind of just opening up. That's kind of where I'm at is really curious about identifying all the stakeholders and figuring out how we fund a process that can be comprehensive to meet all of our unique needs.
If I could just ask, just to clarify, when you said the meeting in 2020, you're referring to the board meeting on October 6th, 2020?
Thank you. Yes, I'm referring to the joint meeting with the Gilpin Board of Commissioners.
And there was follow-up from that meeting as well. So
Actually, that meeting was in 2021.
21.
Yeah,
It
20
was.
was with Sheriff Albers and then District Attorney Bruce Brown, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got two separate meetings because you also had a joint meeting with Gilpin after I had started 21, so.
So October 6, 2021. And then, as I indicated, there was additional follow-up. I know individual commissioners had done things as well.
Yeah, there's been follow-up and I would not be surprised to hear that law enforcement agencies are continuing to do work that we're not hearing about. And that I know I've had some meetings that I don't know if other people are aware of. And what we need is I think to find the resources to really convene this process in a focused and consistent way that gets to an outcome where we're seeing steps be taken on a regular basis. And that's kind of my, I think, opening reflection.
Thanks. I think this is an issue and has been a problem. You know, it's a challenge that we face, both in terms of crisis response and the kind of incident that's brought us here, as well as on multiple other fronts. And I think today, and I completely agree that we need all hands on deck as a community of stakeholders to make progress towards something we've been talking about for a few years and have made some progress on. Personally, I think our progress needs to be, I think we need to make that progress in a more urgent fashion. And I think there are a number of places along the way, not all related obviously to law enforcement. And obviously we're talking about solutions that help relieve law enforcement of some of the burden of some of the things they face. We're also talking about training. So we talk about training, we talk about crisis response, and then we talk about other elements to help avert things before they become a crisis. It's a large conversation and it will require the stakeholders. At the same time, it's been 2 years. And so and longer actually that we've been talking about it. And so I think to energetically and collaboratively approach this thing, and those are both important, the collaboration and the energy which we take to it in order to have, outcomes that help the experience across the board for our community, for everybody that's in it and for everybody that's coming through it, so that we address things with the right tool for the job when the time comes is really important. This is obviously something we need to stay on and be on until we've made tangible progress that we're, I don't want to say proud of, but very, very happy with.
Thanks, Randy. We have some leadership of our staff here in the room, and what I think I'm going to do is maybe put you guys on the spot a little bit, and I'll start with you, Brian. And I should know more about the progress. I was an EMS provider. I was a firefighter for 22 years, and we were not having discussions about mental health training of firefighters back when I was active. I know that has changed. And I know some agencies have trained their EMS personnel to be resources on site with more specialized training. So maybe you can kind of finish my sentence there and let me know what you're hearing around the state, Brian, and what your thoughts are.
Well, right now, as it stands, working under our medical director, we have to have a certain amount of training every year to fulfill our licensure as providers. We kind of fall through a crack on scene because what we need, we either will be faced with a situation where law enforcement is there and the patient is one of two things. The patient is either a harm to themselves or someone else, or they're not. And if they are a harm to themselves or someone else, then law enforcement is the only agency that can put them on a health hold, and we will facilitate their transport down to a facility. Once that is done, we can call in for our medical director to make that decision, but that seldom happens. Just for resource management down at the hospital, if folks aren't either suicidal or have a tendency to hurt someone else, very seldomly will we get a call to put someone on a hold. So when we take someone down, and our crisis intervention usually is when that decision has been made that patient has to go down or that person, then we have to facilitate that through the tools that we have for communication to try and get them to go down. Or we do have the ability to use, not sedate, but to use certain drugs to facilitate that transport in a nonviolent way to the patient. So we really don't have a lot of area to do conflict resolution. It's either black and white. It's pretty black and white for us. Either they need to go down or they don't. If they are having some sort of a crisis and ask for help from us, then we will get a hold of Health and Human Services. And then as the process goes through, they'll have the ability to talk with them. But we're kind of right at that point, that acute stage of the process. Does that answer that question?
I think so. And I don't know, remember if I heard it from Peter, from you, or from Brian about some agencies in the country, maybe even here in the state, where EMS has another level of response, or am I confusing that?
City of County of Denver have a co-responder program with EMS.
Oh, right. So the co-responder isn't a nonprofit. It's essentially EMS serves that function.
With their, I'm not sure if it's their DHS or.
With social workers that I think sit under the Department of Human Services. I think the whole program in Denver might sit under DHS.
Yeah. I know some of your team has come from the Denver health system. Do you have any impressions from their model?
I don't. We have been looking at some of the data from last year, though. And I think Sarah could say more to it, but it looks like a very good program. And it looks like it's very successful of reaching out to people that need help. So all I could say is that in our agency, we will have the capability, if that's the direction we want to go into, with very minimal cost, of being a part of something like that, some kind of system like that.
Yeah, I think the obvious observation is a lot of these emergencies, crises happen when the rest of us are at home or asleep, and your agency is one of the few that is around 24 hours a day and has already staffed and used to that type of a response model.
Yep. We are around all the time. And that's the trouble with having, unless we have someone that could actually do care with someone and that's having a crisis, our only option at that point is to take people down. If we have to wait for someone to come up here, then EMS is long gone, because that's a process that takes hours.
Yep.
And we already are on to a different emergency at that point. Our need is for someone to be up here in the region that could be dispatched pretty quickly. The way it stands right now is those two. We either take them down to the hospital on an M1 hold, or we basically get a hold of Health and Human Services, the next day on a message that says this person has reached out for help. Yeah. So.
Okay, thanks. George, Randy, or staff, do you have any questions for Brian? Sheriff, any questions? Okay. Anything else? Then Sarah, I'll move on to you. I know that this is something that typically more well-resourced counties might house in their Health and Human Services Department. What have you been hearing around the state for counties like ourselves in terms of leveraging the team that we have in place there for something maybe a little more connected to the time of the events rather than after the day or two after that Brian was mentioning?
Yeah. First, do you mind if I just go back? Because I wanted to clarify. I think when I said it was in partnership with DHS and set under DHS, obviously law enforcement, their sheriff's department is part of that team. And I don't think it can happen without the sheriff's department. But what I'm hearing from other counties is it's all grant funded, just continually applying for grants. I'm trying to learn more about the Denver program and how it's funded specifically there. But I think this is actually like a really good time to be looking at this again, because there's so many grants that I'm hearing are going to come out from the Office of Behavioral Health in November and December. I don't know the specifics of those yet. They haven't been released, but I think there's some really good funding opportunities coming in the next couple of months.
How's Denver, how are H&A Health and Human Services providing a staffing model that can work anytime during the day or night, or are they?
So I think they've pulled data on when they get the most calls, and it's between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. So that's when their staff are available. EMS pulled some calls for us here, and it looks like for us, it's like between 7 and 10. So I think it makes it a little bit easier if we're talking about a time frame instead of 24 hours to staff that, because I think it would be hard to staff throughout the night.
And the Denver model, who does the Denver model use for their co-responder? It is EMS. So EMS basically covers the graveyard shift, you want to call it that. And then
With the social worker.
Yeah.
Social worker. Mhm.
Are there models that that include more of an on-call, like a flex model or something like that, where you're, because what I'm thinking of is what we obviously face in small communities, even when you have an aggregate, let's just say a 2-county plan that you put together or something like that to deal with the remoteness of our, like Gilpin and Clear Creek versus what's, Jeffco having this larger staff, but also a proximity issue for us, even though there are, our community mental health provider. Are there other models where people can be on call? Because, we've seen that those calls don't necessarily happen every day, every night. And so to maintain staff, even if it's not a 24/7 model, but something approaching that, when we talk, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., that's still, an 18-hour model. And to have staff that rotates and is kind of like sitting, waiting for the dispatch on duty as opposed to on call. Are there any other kinds of models that we've seen for this kind of service that could, allow us the flexibility to respond without the onerous burden to staff, as onerous a burden to staff?
I mean, I'm just in the beginning stages of kind of looking at different models, but I don't think it's unreasonable to think a social worker, and I won't speak for EMS, could be on call. Our caseworkers and our APR adult protection worker are on call 24/7. So dispatch could just call the on-call worker and get somebody on the phone. Of course, we're still, depending on where that worker lives, it's not an immediate response necessarily. But I don't see a reason why a social worker in a co-responder program couldn't be on call after hours, just knowing though that there's still that then delay in responding.
Right.
I just have a question.
I guess the other piece, thinking about the physical aspect of it, to be able to respond and be there, be here now when you're needed. Obviously, there's be a much larger HR cost to have somebody who was physically present in the county, or on an existing team that wasn't necessarily on duty all the time, but again on call within a physical proximity that would make for a reasonable response in cases that are more critical. I know it's tough. It means you got to pay. There would be an additional HR cost. There isn't any doubt about it. But anyway, that's the kind of conversation that's getting way into the weeds. It's probably better left to a task force or something like that, but they were just random thoughts popping out.
I could say that for EMS, the way we have to staff up here is for our multiple calls that happen at once. That doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen pretty frequently. So with some amount of confidence, I'd be able to say that the EMS aspect of this, as we move forward, we would probably have the 24/7 staffing for that aspect of this.
And I was talking the mental health response side was really where I was going with it. So
yeah, and I think that's the missing piece right there. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get to. So thanks.
I want to ask both of you about training as well, but before I do that, I want to make sure I'm asking it accurately. Our community mental health partner, Jefferson Center for Mental Health, offers 2 levels of training, at least 2. One of them is mental health first aid, which I believe is mostly an awareness level, which is an 8-hour class. And the second one is related to crisis management.
Right. And that's a 3-day course, I believe.
And what's it called?
Crisis intervention.
Yeah. Do either of your teams, are either of them involved with either of those trainings? Or maybe actually that's a more general question. What level of like mental health training is already happening with your organizations?
I can go first. So we have a mandate of 40 hours of continuing education a year. And we let caseworkers and our staff be pretty flexible on that, except with the crisis intervention training. So we're actually looking at scheduling our next training, hopefully this time though, expanding it to all of our staff. So to include like our front desk person, which historically we haven't done, just because of the increase of mental health needs in the community, just making sure that everyone in our department that interacts with our clients and with the public have that training, that basic kind of training. The one that we looked at though, I think is a 40-hour training. And ours would just be verbal intervention. There's no, I mean, I think there's different tiers to that crisis intervention training. So obviously none of our staff are going to put hands on a client. So it's just verbal intervention for us.
And who does the training for you?
So I'm looking at a new agency right now. See, it's, I would have to look at it. It's, I think just CIT is the institute that does the training.
Okay. And I know that your team has a huge breadth of training for the technical work that you do. Does that encompass the mental health arena at this point?
It does, but it's more of a assessment safety factor to try and assess what kind of crisis that they're under at the time and to better keep us, safely, keep us safe on scene from the patient. As far as crisis intervention goes, we have not had any kind of crisis intervention training, but maybe, the every once in a while discussion during training, mental health training, which equals about 4 hours a year per provider.
Okay.
I just want to observe, these are exactly the kinds of questions that I think a task force should be digging into. And what's missing from this room is a ton of the stakeholders that need to be answering these questions, hearing your answers to these questions, et cetera. And so I'm very interested in proceeding along this conversation along the lines of how do we build that task force for success? What kind of resources does it need? What kind of stakeholders does it need to have?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I wasn't necessarily trying to put you guys on the spot so much as also educate myself and everyone who's listening to this call, kind of like what's going on in most counties now who are already doing a good job doing their specific functions. But with that said, I agree. I think we should move forward with this. I think we should essentially give staff direction. And I don't know that I have much more content to add, and I want to leave some space for the sheriff to make some comments if he has any before our next agenda item starts. But that's where I sit on this. I'm not sure that I'm ready to give staff any specifics, nor do I know that they really need any right now, unless I'm speaking.
I'd like for us to reach a place that we can give that direction very soon. I mentioned urgency a little while ago, but also I think measured collaborative is very important. I'd like to draw an analogy to other areas of challenges that we're working on. Whether we're talking about housing or recreation and other places that we're working, we commission studies. We talk about, for example, doing the DLD area, in order to understand housing opportunities there and make good decisions, having a sub-area plan created. We also acknowledge that we have to be able to continue to manage and react and lead where we can, so that it may not be an either or, like we pick one number and convene this thing and sit back and wait. There may be multiple areas at which we can address the problem, or ways in which we can do it. So I know that number 3 on this list is definitely one of the things that I think we should do. There may be other things that we might be doing in the interim as well, so that we're multifaceted. And I don't think there's anything that we shouldn't be able to talk about ourselves, or feel like we're stepping outside our guardrails to talk about and ask these. There's no question that we could ask, in light of the importance of the problem, that would be stepping outside the guardrails, that we should wait to convene a task force and let that task force have that conversation for us. I think we're entitled to have that conversation as we go along as well. And, but I do think that number 3, the task force, is probably the most basic of the pieces. And if anybody has ideas about other things that we might add to this as we go along, I think it should be a continuing discussion for us as well, in our position, so that we're on it. Make sure that we as a group, as a Board of County Commissioners, are on this problem and paying attention to it.
What are your thoughts, George? Are you okay with us giving staff direction to do some research and come back with, well, they've already kind of given us 3 different options.
Well, if the task force is the desire, I mean, I could certainly work with Brian, Sarah, Sheriff Elbers, anyone else he appoints to identify who our stakeholders are that need to be around that table, and start convening that conversation about training, crisis intervention response, and all that's involved there. I mean, I think we know where you all went ahead, if that process makes sense. I'm curious to hear the sheriff's comments too about that, but if that meets your desires.
Well, we are kind of running up against our time, but we'll make time for whatever you have to say, Rick.
I agree with most everything that was said here. We've been talking about this for a long time. We need to get action done. We do now have a grant writer that we could probably utilize underneath you, Mr. Williamson. And there's a lot of, I mean, I got a list of all the trainings and stuff that we've been through, and it's quite extensive that we've been through. We have 5 CIT officers, 1 recently quit and went to the state. So that's something that Brian's saying, that he can train his people. He has the same problem I do, is retainment. So we need to, it's almost better to have an outside agency come in and do this, somebody that we contract with. That way we don't have to worry about that end of it on a continual, I mean, we'll still train our officers, but have them worry about the retainment. I mean, Jefferson Center is having a hard time finding people to replace the people that they're losing.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be an easy task. You know, COVID kind of hit. That kind of took the in-person training down. The 40-hour CIT training is hands-on training. And we got 2 people scheduled if they get into the class the end of this month, and 3 in January. So that would cover a lot of our patrol division. But that's getting down on the weeds. I think we need to have a task force, which we've had in the past, you know, on certain stuff. I think it would be very, very beneficial if we do a task force, organize, I mean, it's not just the sheriff's office. I know Springs had an incident yesterday that some guy was down in the park and he was in a mental crisis, and the ambulance took him down. No, ambulance doesn't always take a person down on an M1 hold. It is, sometimes the officer takes him down on a mental health hold. So it's not just the ambulance, and sometimes the ambulance ain't even called on those calls. So we need to get down to the nuts and bolts of this and figure it out. And so I'll support, and Brian tasked somebody as the leadership on this team. I'll work with them to get the stakeholders, as you call them, you know, make sure everybody's covered in there. Because I've done stuff with Justice Center. We've started every 2-week program, and there's stuff that you guys don't know that we do. And it's getting down in the weeds to do it now. But that task force, we can bring it out, we can show what we've done, show what the past is, the present and future that we'd like to see.
I think I agree with Rick. I think the third option is the obvious one to take. The first two options I view as different versions of the Board of County Commissioners and our direct reports choosing to go it alone. The third option is in recognition that we have a lot of stakeholders that are very interested. I sent an email to I see the mayor of Georgetown nodding. I sent an email to the mayors of all the municipalities, got a positive response to participating in this. I emailed Gilpin County, and we know that they've been interested. They've taken the step of allocating some funds so that they can match any grants that come up, and are asking for a joint meeting with us to continue to discuss this. So I think it's really clear that convening a task force is the option here. And then I think what I would ask of staff is to work with the sheriff and everybody on stakeholder identification. But the really important piece is what kind of leadership do we need for this task force? I think it's likely that we'll see progress happen faster, better if we have a facilitator. If we have somebody who is making sure that steps are being taken all the time and convening us. I don't think any of our agencies really have that person that's sitting around that has the amount of time in their calendar it'll take to get this done. And it's why we're here. And so those are my thoughts as far as next steps is to identify funding resources, think about the right facilitation skill set that we need, and start to identify stakeholders. As far as resources, I mean, there's currently $100,000 sitting in the ARPA ideas list for behavioral health work. I think that pretty clearly fits into this. And there's a lot of grants around that's been mentioned. So if staff could bring back, you know, what it's going to cost, how we're going to fund it, who needs to be involved, I think that's the next step.
Yeah, I remember that pot of funds. We originally were talking about potentially a navigator, which was one recommendation. And we agreed to postpone that and make sure that we were getting something that was going to yield the best results for the county. One question I have regarding the grants, is there any direct relation? Does there have to be a direct relationship between the task force and identifying grant opportunities? Because the task force, I mean, I'm sure we're going to proceed with a lot of urgency, but if the grants are potentially due next month, I wouldn't want to prevent us from having quality applications by tying in any dependencies that we don't need to.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we'll just have to hit the ground running so we can make the grant cycle.
Yeah, and I agree with George's comment, although I might make it a little more general to say, you know, this is important. And so whatever resources are reasonably required, Brian, you have spending authority, whether that's a facilitator or something else in order to move this forward. And Randy, your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks. It's hard to come off the screen when you're into the room sometimes, you know, and meaning to just make way into it. Yeah, I think that it's really, really important. The reason I really support number 3 as at least one of the steps that we do at the outset is that it's clear that we need buy-in from all the players as to the importance and also as to the approach and the process that we're using. As far as the facilitator, I think it's important. You know, it's obviously a sensitive subject. We need a facilitator who's able to deal with that sensitivity. We also need somebody who is going to be on the job, who's going to actually put that piece behind it, who's ready to drive, as George was talking about, driving progress in order to make progress. It's often said that no matter what subject matter you're working in, if there isn't somebody that's championing it or hired to champion it, things tend to lag because everybody's got their day job they're working on all the time anyway, really hard. So having the right person that understands that the mission is not only to bring a process together, but to drive a process towards a conclusion is going to be really important. And that's going to take a real special skill set.
And do you feel like you have adequate direction?
Yeah, I think we're gonna pull a meeting together, try and identify a process, a plan for moving forward, and then bring it back to you. That's what I'm hearing, you want us to bring it back. So we'll bring that back, and hopefully we can do that by the next meeting, to be honest.
Which is in 2 weeks, right?
Right, October 18th. And that would be the goal, to be back here with a plan for how to convene a task force.
That would be really convenient because I think we are on the calendar for Gilpin County to join us.
We are
already.
And again, given this grant cycle timeline, we don't have a lot of time here.
Yeah.
If we want to take advantage of that now, although that also shouldn't drive our decision-making, right? We need to put together a sound program irrespective of that, but yeah.
And if I could just add, we're not reinventing the wheel here. We may be reinventing it for our particular county, but there are several different examples of agencies that do co-responder programs. And indeed, we may be able to reach out to them just to get an idea of what grant funding they're able to achieve on these things. But it is out there. So we should be able to stand something up fairly quickly.
Perfect. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Anybody have any closing comments before we move on to our next agenda item?
Not me.
Me neither. Thanks again, everyone. Our next agenda item, which we're slightly late for, is 1 o'clock CDOT quarterly update.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me and having CDOT. My name is Benjamin Davis. I'll be walking through the slides that I provided as well as fielding any questions at the end. Hold up.
Is there other CDOT?
Yeah, I'm promoting a few panelists, but I don't know if they have to accept it.
Does look like we've got my supervisor, Mike Kellerman, on, as well as Danny Herman. And
Are we missing anyone?
Joanne Metzen and Mike Williard.
I promoted them. I think that should be everybody should be over there.
Do I have my video thumbnails over the presentation or?
Oh, here we go. Joanne, promote to panelist. Yes, accept it.
Thank you.
We can see your presentation, Ben.
Perfect. Thank you. So yeah, welcome to, we'll be doing sort of used to be a quarterly update. We're sort of shifting that this summer. We did a Floyd Hill. We had the Floyd Hill team on to present an update, and we'll be running through some of our projects and a few other topics. Let's see if I can get this. Our agenda is projects and construction, projects and pre-construction, some maintenance updates, as well as taking any questions and discussion. Usually I like to have any major changes in at least Region 1 management that impacts Clear Creek County. I don't have anything this presentation, so that's good news for us. So projects and construction, we've got the US 6 resurfacing project that is it does impact Clear Creek County, at least I think it does. And so it's always good to be aware of sort of that alternate route that is under construction. It's about 70% complete. They're supposed to be completed by December of 2022 this year. So we'll see how weather handles the rest of the season for them. Clear Creek County Greenway, the construction is complete. We are, however, working with Amy Saxton and our survey right-of-way team to finish up some property transfers and some right-of-way cleanup sort of related to that project. The County Road 314 project is now about 40% complete, depending on if you look at schedule or dollars. But yeah, we're right at about 40% complete. So that project will continue. The I-70 Floyd Hill, the Chief Hosa resurfacing, the paving is completed. They're still working on a few smaller miscellaneous items, but the construction impacts due to paving should be pretty much out of the way on that project. We did have between our last major update and this update, the I-70 variable speed limit signs, construction was completed this summer in June of 2022. We should have a number of projects kicking off construction somewhat soon. So the Empire Wildlife Crossing and anticipated add date is in the spring, I believe. The Floyd Hill roundabouts at County Road 65 in Homestead. Bids have been received on that project. I don't know if they've announced the apparent low bidder on that one. Sometimes we have to wait for a few cogs to go through to announce those, but we did receive bids on that project, as well as the Genesee Wildlife Crossing project. Also, a little bit, not right on the cusp of construction. We've got some other projects going on. Mount Evans, we just did a 70% site visit for a small area sort of up by the Summit parking area. It's really a project with FHWA. They're leading majority of the effort, but it's in partnership with CDOT. So that is 70, the design is 70% complete. And that will be, I believe, going to construction next summer. EJMT, we've got a number of projects going on up there. We're completing 3 smaller projects this fall. There's going to be other projects starting in the spring. There's been there's been a number of sort of shifts on some of the projects going on at EJMT, just between bids coming in, high construction costs, and then shifting the money to projects that we can identify for completion. But we continue to make progress. And there's more and more effort being put in 40, as well as the intersection of County Road 257. Intersection improvements going on. We're almost to our 30% design milestone. We are continuing with CSS processes on there, sort of investigating the different needs of the project and what we're making sure to accomplish with that project. And I would say that process is going smoothly. I look forward to that. That project will not go to construction until 2024, but should have a fair number of improvements on that corridor from I-70 to the west side of Empire. The Bakerville, the EJMT climbing lane or auxiliary lane project, environmental work has started. CSS process has started on that. We've had our first PLT meeting and tech team meeting coming up. The main effort there is to get design completed, not completed, but the environmental phase of the design advanced over the next year and a half or so. And so we don't have construction funding identified for that project yet, but we are moving forward with that project and I look forward to continuing that process. Idaho Springs Mobility Hub project, we're meeting internally to discuss some scope. And so I think we're going to be reaching back out to Idaho Springs to give them some feedback on that project's process. I-70 resurfacing between, we're calling EJMT to Georgetown. 30% design has been completed. Really, that project, due to the size of it, we're probably going to have to split it in two when we actually go to advertisement before construction for next summer. The project is really, it's become a sizable thing, and we're trying to make sure we address a couple of things that were left or at least one thing that was left as a gap on a previous project. So that project will most likely come out into 2 separate projects. The area, if we can't address it this year, there's some maintenance efforts going on as well closer to the EJMT to take care of some rutting and pavement surfacing conditions. So that's sort of the major update I had on our pre-construction projects outside of Floyd Hill. Got a few slides on some of the numbers. This was, so at the end of our fiscal year of 2022, this past June, this summer, the expenditures in Clear Creek totaled on the maintenance side, $5.5 million, 6.7 million with our overhead. A little bit of quantification of some of the different materials that we use in Clear Creek County. And then we have the sort of to-date numbers. So far to date, not much so far because, we really haven't been hit by enough of the winter yet. But I think what I'm working on with Amy Saxton will help us sort of see more of a trend or a year-by-year basis of these numbers. So you can actually have a better idea of not just what we've done in 1 year, but what it looks like compared to previous years. So being quick and dirty with all of the information, I would like to field questions, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can see all of you.
Thanks, Ben. Can you tell me exactly where County Road 257 is? Because I see it as a little loop on the Junction Loop Road. It just cuts around the Junction route. When you're talking about US 40 in the intersection with 257, is there a chance that's 251 instead? Is that, you're talking Bard Creek North Empire, or are you talking down at the bottom of the valley, by Empire Junction?
I believe down by Empire Junction.
Yeah.
You mentioned improving the intersection between US 40 and County Road 257, which doesn't actually, I don't think that hits US 40, does it?
Right. So I can just pull up a Google map real quick and show you what I'm talking about. But yeah, so right now the intersection, just to talk while I'm bringing it up, the intersection has got a bit of a skew, and that causes some, it causes poor sight distance, and this is really that portion of the project is a safety improvements project due to that skew of that intersection. And what we're trying to do is realign that intersection to improve that sight distance and improve maybe the accident rates that we've seen in the past at that intersection. So hopefully you can see my screen now, but it's this particular intersection that we're talking about here.
Okay.
And so, yep. And
so that, okay, I get it. Okay.
Yep. So really it's this big skew. There's a few other things that we're looking at as far as improving some of the acceleration, deceleration, turning lane movements. But we're working with our maintenance staff and working with Empire and with others for this portion of the project. It's sort of a unique project as a whole because it involves resurfacing funds, safety funds, bridge asset funds, and like hydraulic improvement funds. So there's 4 or 5 different buckets of funds that we're putting into this project to have a whole or complete project.
Well, thanks. I was actually on MapQuest instead of Google Maps, and MapQuest needs some improvements to its enumeration of the roads. That's what was throwing me off.
You had me for a second, though. I was afraid that I had things jacked up, and I don't like that.
No, it was me as usual. Don't worry.
So I guess I have a question about this intersection. You're obviously doing it because safety data and crash data. Can you give me a broader sense for just how bad this intersection is relative to other intersections that you track data on?
I can't off the top of my head, but I can definitely send that to you. That's exactly how we evaluate intersections like this when we're looking for safety improvements. We look at the level of safety service on intersections, and we rate it as, in comparison to other similar intersections from a volume, from size, and geographic standpoint across the state. So our safety unit at headquarters does that. And the only way for the project to qualify for those safety funds is if this particular intersection is performing worse than other anticipated or like sort of comparative intersections.
So by the time it's making a statewide priority list, it certainly is sticking out like a sore thumb in our little county.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
There's another intersection right in that same area, which is of course where US 40 loops off and crosses the westbound off ramp of I-70 in order to get onto County Road 308. That's been brought up for years as a potential dangerous spot, although I have to say that I doubt that you've got crash data that would support that, because I hardly ever seen an accident there. It looks like when one does happen, it's going to be severe the day it comes, but I'm guessing that you don't have data for that. And if you know the spot I'm talking about, it's where you come to the stop sign, cross the ramp, and people are exiting at sometimes really high rates of speed, over 70 miles an hour, coming off that ramp towards Empire Hill, and people stop at the stop sign. If they're not familiar with the area, it's got a lot of potential for a catastrophe there.
I know the area you're talking
about how to fix it. No one's come up with a solution, including me, but.
I know the area you're talking about because I think it's even on a few lists, or may even be a part of the PEIS. I can't remember off the top of my head. I've seen it before. It's been identified. So I almost want to say it's, so it is prioritized before the, on the, as far as the improvements on PEIS. So it's something that is on my radar, especially when I was looking into this project. So I don't have the crash data off the top of my head, but I think it was something that we considered when we looked at this. Is does the safety data there also, show the need to expand this project into that area?
I would say one thing that would help is I've often seen the vegetation get carried away there to where it's really a visibility problem, that a person who's not familiar with the road and what they're crossing when they hit that stop sign, if their vision is obscured and they come up and they're in a hurry, they could get in trouble there. So maybe until you come up with a big long range Empire Junction plan, which of course almost requires it would come at the time that you redid if you reconfigured something like that, it'd come at a time when you were doing something major to the entire intersection probably. And in the meantime, simply improving visibility through maintenance would probably be one of the most important things we could do there. And I just say that as somebody that cruises through it all the time, living in Empire, and have I'm always coming up the ramp with my foot kind of hovering over the brake, ready to go when I come past that intersection, in watching for people coming around, hitting the stop sign and seeing if they're just going to gun it or if they've looked to the right.
Yeah, managing the vegetation is often a great way to just quickly improve sight distance, and it's a great point. I'll make that as a note for our team.
Thank you.
I can add a couple little additions to Ben's list of those pre-construction projects. The Bakerville auxiliary lane project is going to give us a really great opportunity to do some more thorough examination of the impacts on snow removal materials, because by adding a lane there, that means more pavement, which means more snow removal materials are certainly going to be present. And the environmental studies are by definition going to have to be evaluating transportation project impacts, which means they're going to have to understand the impacts of more snow removal materials, which is going to mean good understanding of current snow removal material impacts. And so all of that is just an opportunity that is going to come with this project, and that will definitely be an emphasis. So I think we can expect to see some useful data from that project as that continues to unfold. So that's one little piece. We had our annual water quality meeting just this past week, and talked a little bit about how things were going there, and the Forest Service participated in that meeting, and just started talking a little bit more about the reality of operating a highway in the environment where this highway operates, which is it's got to be the highest altitude interstate in the nation, that is also experiencing some of the highest congestion rates of any interstate in an alpine environment with this low population rate. And the reality is, so starting to look at how can we look at this section of highway with a certain ecological lens was something we were talking about in that meeting. And, is it really appropriate to let piles of snow melt in that environment, or is it appropriate to be moving them somewhere else? It's also a national forest, a lot of the area here. So all of these things are things I hope we can be discussing more with the Bakerville project. And it's just an ongoing topic that seemed worth mentioning. Yeah.
I have a couple things that have come up between this quarter and the last quarter, and something that I bring up every time, which is speeding. Speeding is a problem that's ubiquitous in this county. Some of that speeding occurs on state highways. And I know that it's not entirely a CDOT thing. From a design perspective, I just want to continue to ask that we look at variable speed signs and everything else that we can do to try to control speeding. Highway 103, I think, is the state highway that is really, really obviously a problem, and I hear about a lot, but I suspect there are others.
I believe that, sorry, it's pretty small on my screen, but that was Commissioner Marlin.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's me talking.
That's fine. Yeah, I remember you brought this very topic up 6 months ago. With me in the room, at least it was 6 months ago, maybe it was 9 or 12. I can't remember off the top of my head, but thank you for keeping it consistent. I know we did reach out to our Region 1 traffic group to ask them about particular types of signs on that, based on that conversation. Then I think reaching out and me asking the question on the variable speed limit signs again would be worth my while, or worth our while, obviously. So I will do that. And then I know as we continue to develop even our resurfacing projects throughout any of these state highway corridors in Clear Creek County, we're evaluating, the need for keeping the lane widths or changing the lane widths to try to influence some of the speed characteristics of the traveling public. A lot of times it's while it is an enforcement issue, it's also can be a design issue, and it all impacts safety. So that's something that we constantly need to evaluate on all our projects. And so some of our other upcoming projects that, whether they're, obviously we're talking about Clear Creek County here, but whether it's the US 40 project or even some of our Jefferson County projects that are more in the mountains, we're learning things as we're developing those projects, like State Highway 74 in Evergreen, State Highway 93 north of Golden. These same topics come up, and I think will continue to help us understand these safety issues.
Thank you. I know it's a big problem, and if there was an obvious solution, we'd see somebody digging it. So thank you. The other thing that I want to bring up, and I know we've talked about this in the past as well, and I don't think that you're the agency that will has this decision-making ability. But as we start to look at automatic enforcement, camera-based enforcement of, I'll say, shenanigans in that toll lane, I think Clear Creek County, we think that it's an opportunity for us to have some more revenues to support our first responders. The vast majority of our first responder calls are to serve issues on the highway, where it has an average daily population 4 times the population of our county. And it's just something that I think we want to mention in every setting we possibly can, that those revenues could really make a difference in supporting the safety of our first responders and their ability to provide good services. So thank you.
I hear you on that. And I would think that the people that are using the highways and other roadways in your county would want that good service as well. So I
think so. And then the last one is, this one is a new one. There's a conversation happening in Georgetown right now, some informal polling around who actually stops at the line on the, let's see here, let me get this right, on the westbound exit ramp at Georgetown.
Thank you.
That line is, hearing from one Georgetown resident.
I just saw people almost get plowed this weekend going to leaf peeping. I mean, they just, oh my gosh, that line, that white line needs to move forward.
A lot of people in Georgetown think it's too far back.
Yeah.
And, I'm no engineer, but what I hear is that they all tend to roll through it and stop a few feet in front of it.
Mhm.
And that every once in a while they hear from a police officer about rolling through that stop sign.
Mhm.
And
Well, you can't see.
You can't
Stop at the white.
See, so you'd have to stop, then pull forward a few feet, which is how you follow the law if you're really worried about that.
Yeah.
Or you can just kind of roll through it at a slow speed and stop where you can see.
And
So
don't we have that on a list somewhere?
We brought
We
this up
did.
at some point.
well, that was
in
we were talking about this on Fall River.
And there too, yeah.
It's in the Georgetown resurfacing project, isn't it?
It is. And I believe actually even Beth Luther brought it up, I think previously to me. And so that is something on our project manager's list to address when that project goes to construction. So we're going through the process of evaluating the signing and striping on that project, and that'll be part of it. If we have to make some minor changes at the intersection when the westbound off ramp, we're going to try to take care of that.
Let me jump in here too, Ben. I got another call from a concerned citizen on this exact same topic here. So I didn't know that we were going to handle it in the Georgetown, but I reached out to our Region 1 traffic folks and they agreed. And so I asked them to go out there and take a look at it, and they can use the Google Earth just as well as anybody else can, and said, yeah, it needs to be moved closer to the intersection. So as irony would have it, I believe I just emailed them this morning as a reminder of like, hey, what are we doing on this? And so we can definitely follow up with this group, hopefully sooner rather than later, and get those signs and that stop bar moved closer to the intersection.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised it's never come up before, to my knowledge, considering that most of the time, all three county commissioners on the way to the courthouse have to stop at that stop sign and turn left. And if you do stop at the stop sign, once you've done it and you're committed and it's too late, you've got to go. You've got to get out of the way because somebody's likely to be coming around the corner from under the bridge. And I don't know if there's anything that could be done, not only moving the stop sign forward, but to make sure that drivers coming the other way maybe have a caution, of some sort. They're aware that the problem is you'd be putting it under the bridge where it's in the dark, and that's half of what's going on. It's difficult to see what's coming out from under the bridge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a hot topic in Georgetown right now. A lot of people are talking about it.
Well, good.
There's some close calls last weekend.
And that's all for me. Thank you.
Well, on that, I don't have any other comments or anything to provide, but feel free to reach out to Amy Saxton and me. She's got, I think, all my phone numbers, and I try to pick up on the first call. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that do come up, and I will try to trace down some answers that I didn't have today.
Well, thanks so much for coming before us. Guess we'll see you in a quarter.
Yep.
Perfect. We finished early. I want to see that update. That's kind of unusual.
Yeah.
So is there any reason why we couldn't start the next one a little early?
No, why not?
Are there members of your board that are planning on showing up at 2?
I think Frank was coming. I don't know if anybody's planning to come on by Zoom or not. I just sent the information out to everybody.
All right.
So I don't know.
So if you're expecting Frank, maybe we'll wait till Frank shows up and then get started then. So we're in recess until Frank shows up.
Randy, can you hear us? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he's appearing. Oh, there he is.
Full deal.
All right. So it is almost 2:00, close enough. Our next update is the Open Space Commission quarterly update. Martha, I'll turn it over to you.
I'll let Frank make some opening comments.
I just want to say welcome and thanks for having us here. It's been a while since we've had a chance to sit down and talk about things and do a little show and tell. Martha's going to give you a presentation that she's prepared, and then we'll be open to any questions or discussions on anything that you'd like to discuss. I'd like to mention that Bob Judge, the chairman of the Open Space Commission, is out of town, so I'm for him today. So with that, Martha.
So I'm going to thank you and welcome. Thank you for having us here. The first thing is Peaks to Plains, and you keep hearing about this a lot, but this may be nearly the last time you hear about it for the moment, because we have completed the 1/4 mile that is in the canyon. The trail is open for use. It doesn't add a lot, but it adds something. It is the big thing for folks, and actually the MT folks will care about this, is that the cat slab, which people climb, a lot of climbers use it, was closed during construction, and it's been reopened, and I'm sure it's well used. I mean, it makes it easier. Having our parking lot trailhead open makes it a lot easier for people to use our part of the trail. People were coming up from Jeffco and coming up to where they hit the construction stuff, and then they turned around and went back. But so it's totally open. We'll close out the grants by the end of the year, and that will be all done. And then we'll look forward to whatever we do as the next phase. Amy and I attended the Peak to Peak Trails Summit last week. This was an idea that Amy and Tom Hobie, who runs Jeffco Open Space, came up with after we gave GOCO board members a tour of the canyon back in the spring. We had everybody there from folks in Adams County, all the way up through here. We had representatives from Empire and Georgetown, as well as Amy and I were there. And then you had folks from Wheat Ridge and the towns down there, and sort of looking at what is going on, what are the issues. They have different issues down on the plains. Their trails have been in for about 25 years or so. And so maintenance is a big issue for them. And then we talked about what's going on as you move up into the canyon and into the mountains. And the idea is, I think, to at least once a year have this kind of group get together, and also to try to figure out how do we do things like signage and such through the whole corridor so people know where they are. Because when you're riding from Wheat Ridge into Golden, you don't know particularly that you've changed from one locale to the other, but you want to know where you're going and that where you're going along that line. So that's was really positive, and I think we'll see some activity out of that, and there may be some other collaborations that can't come out of it. The folks were there from GOCO and from CDOT, because they're both big actors in terms of funding construction on the trail. As Jeffco's gotten, and we as FWE, but a lot of money from Dr. Cog and CDOT to as well as GO to move up through the canyon. They're moving another couple miles up to Huntsman's Gulch is their current project, and they're going out for more money to do the next, actually to get the next stretch that would have them meet up with where we connect with them. So maybe in the next 5 or 10 years, something like that. It's a long time frame. So that's that next step. And these are just some pictures. This is what got added. If you might remember from before that on that first slide, there was a huge retaining wall that went down to the creek. Well, when they did this, you now have put a trail through there, and where it goes off into the distance, it's on micropiles, which is why it was so expensive. But it adds a lovely piece going under the bridge and up, and it's a great thing to have done, as I said. So next slide.
So actually, the picture on the left, that's the parking lot at the Oxbow?
Yes.
And the cat slab is just around to the right?
If I'm here at the parking lot and here's tunnel 5, on the other side of the river to the right, if I'm facing the creek.
Yeah.
You go around, it's a big, apparently it was a huge slab of rock fell at some point. And that's what it seems to happen because we had another piece that did that. And it has about 8 climbing routes that are relatively beginner routes. So it gets a lot
Yeah.
of use from beginners.
There used to be a shed like across the river and people would live there periodically. At one point, some person was shooting rifles at the bolts. I mean, is that shed even still there?
I don't ever, in the time I've been here, I don't remember that. Frank, do you remember that?
No, that might have been upstream a bit.
There's a cabin.
No, yeah.
There's a cabin up near the cement building that got burned 2 years ago.
But that was up on the hillside in the woods.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to think what would have
A
been.
little further upstream than that, there's some old buildings that were, once they were a blacksmith shop. When I first came here, the bellows and stuff was still in there, and it's all been stripped. And those little buildings are actually on lands that the county sold to the Fries as part of figuring out that upper part of the canyon.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and there are, in addition to the cat slab, which lots of climbers use, there are also, above the tunnel, there's something called the doghouse. And as you work your way back upstream, but from the parking lot, there are all sorts of things that people go and do just the other side of the creek. And if you go around Tunnel 6, there's more rock climbing there. It's a very active area for rock climbing. And the rock climbers are now working with the Fries, which is good because it used to be they just climbed on the Fries property because when you cross the creek, you are on the Fries property. And the Foothills Climbing Alliance, I think is something to that effect, has reached out and is in discussions with the Fries. So.
If I could add a little bit.
Sure.
I think the real importance of this last stretch that the county just built there is that it gets us under that bridge where we got the previous infrastructure to work with as we move the greenway up the canyon. These kind of pinch points like overhead bridges or having to construct a bridge or something are some of the main obstacles to overcome. And then you can kind of fill in between those as the construction. But this is really key, getting us onto that highway. We'll have to cross the creek again a couple of times, or at least once before we get up to the junction of 6 and 40, where it comes down off Floyd Hill. But this is of course, that's going to be part of the whole Floyd Hill
maybe
project, hopefully.
How much further is that? Is that like another mile or another 2 miles?
It's I'd say
Yeah, now I'm trying to figure out what we've got.
Yeah.
It's a mile up and around Tunnel 6, I think, to where like the cement house, and maybe it's another mile. It's like about 2 miles.
Yeah, at the most. Yeah.
Miles left.
Probably 2 miles.
Yeah.
But we've still got to cross as we move upstream. We're going to go around Tunnel 6. Luckily, the old railroad grade is still there. But then as we come upstream, we're going to have to go onto Highway 6 one more time.
Right. We have one more.
That's going to be
And the plan is to
next
actually
pinch point.
do an underpass again, because where the creek is there, you could go along the creek like we did here, but you would have to put an 8-foot plus concrete wall on the creek side to keep it from flooding. And if you're going to do that, you might as well go through the ground and not disturb the flow of the creek and such. So at least that's what's in the tentative plans, that the design stuff we had done. And then you're going to have to go across back from where the old railroad crossed. We need to cross back to their side because the Fries didn't want us going by their batch plant. And so we got pushed back to the other side. And then you're going to have to figure out, once you get in the Floyd Hill or the Kermit's area, you've got to figure out how you get back to I guess it's the south side, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of the creek. So anyways, but we at least, compared to Jefferson County, we've got 2 miles plus. They've got like 8, I think, still to do. So yeah, and it's just not cheap to build in Clear Creek Canyon. And fortunately, the funders recognize that. And so.
How many miles do we have so far in Clear Creek?
We've got.
Greenway? I don't know the whole miles. I mean, it's all the way through Idaho Springs. It's mostly.
I'm sorry, I meant in Clear Creek Canyon.
Clear Creek Canyon, we're probably a mile and a half.
Yeah.
We have a very expensive piece. Jeffco's about to run into one of those where they don't have a railroad grade or anything. They're going to have to cantilever or create pilings or whatever to get around. So we just were started in the expensive part. But as Frank said, when you go around Tunnel 6 and by where the cement house, which I think may be the next thing on the thing, where you go by there, we're on the old railroad grade, and that will be much, much cheaper to build. And then you add in, throw in a few bridges and underpasses and things. But we've got some cheap sections and some very expensive sections. So, but it is helpful that the funders at least understand that this is not just go put a cement path on, flat ground.
As long as people keep playing lottery, like it'll eventually get built.
Maybe, or see that with their, it's a transportation alternatives projects, and then there's TIP, and I don't know what the I stands for in that, but it's money that comes that they're using for alternative rather than just building the highways. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, Floyd Hill, we've been talking to you about this for a while. This is the parking lot project. It turns out that the vault manufacturers didn't listen to us when we told them last spring that we were not on the timeline that we thought we were. And they called us in August and said, hi, we have it. It needs to be installed by the end of September or early October. And we kind of went, oh. So fortunately, we have been able to pull our act together, and it'll be installed next week on Monday. And so it's going to go in, and the trail from the sluice that comes down, because everything is moving up in the new layout of the parking lot, had to be rerouted so that you didn't run into the vault toilet when it's put in. We figured out, and I think we mentioned this to you last time we talked to you, that the overall project is more than we thought it was going to be. And so we applied to Jefferson County Open Space to their partnership trail program. And that is where they suggested we apply to get money. So we've asked them for $275,000. We'll know in December. Fingers crossed. We think we have a really good chance. They actually do give money to what they consider to be regional projects, which this is. They're co-owners of the trailhead. So we're hoping that they're using this as a vehicle to get us money that works within their budget scheme. So
75 would change. What is the current budget that's adjusting?
We have 200, approximately about the same amount from Clear Creek. The project is going to cost about 500,000 plus 550,000. And we had thought that originally that it was going to be in the 300 range based on what we had as initial estimates. And that was when we went in for the grant was in 2020. So I mean, things have just taken more money. But what we're doing here is making the trailhead compliant with our standards in terms of erosion control, sediment, stuff like that. And we're putting in the pictures up there, the little bitty picture of the restroom. It's essentially the same restroom you have at the Dumont trailhead that's in. But it looks basically like that. I'm not sure those colors are exactly the colors we have. But the one at Dumont is the exact same thing. So we're waiting. We're really confident that we'll get the money from Jeffco. If, however, we don't get it, we had some ideas. John and I were talking yesterday about how we deal with it with the shortfall and make sure that we get the improvements that we need, and it may be that we phase them. So we did weed control in the meadow this summer. This has a conservation easement on it, and Mountain Area Land Trust had been out and looked at it and identified weeds as an issue. So we've addressed it. I think it's one of those things you have to do every year because the weeds, you get less and less. But
are those weeds that visitors brought in, or they're always there, and this was a problem that no one tried to solve until now?
Some of them are ones that visitors have brought in. The thistle, you actually could see it right down by the parking lot. I think it comes off of people's bike tires. The seed. There are other ones. There was cheatgrass and such that was there when we bought the property, and we have addressed that over the years. There was way less of that. And there was something else, and my guess is there may have been a little bit of it there, or it flew in on a bird. I mean, weeds are just a problem that kind of appear because you don't have boundaries. And it's not the problem. We did have issues where when Monarch, if you remember, Monarch had encroached on our property line. That area had weeds, and we had them deal with that. So the plan now that we're doing the vault toilet this fall, we will be doing phase 2, which is the redoing the entrance so it is wide enough to handle 2 cars well. And the parking lots and getting them in compliance will be next spring. And so you will hear from Stoy probably February timeframe, I'm guessing. I need to check with him about some variances that we need as part of that process. So, next slide.
Does malt, on the weed control, does malt help out with the cost of the weed control, or that's us?
That's us. So, and we haven't done it, but we probably could go and ask Jeffco to help. I'd have to go back and look at exactly what's in the IGA MOU we had with Jeffco on who was responsible for what. We were basically responsible for most day-to-day stuff. But big things like if there was a fire or something, then they were supposed to kick in. So the question is, where is that line? Does weeds cross that line or not? And so it's something that we could look into and have discussions on.
I know our road and bridge department has a contract with Summit to meet our obligations in our right of way. So maybe, some procurement alignment or something.
Yeah, we could try to work up with them. We've been using Foothills Vegetation Management, but yes, we could. And the reason I went back to them is that he has a history of knowing where he's dealt with weeds and how it's changed. But we could talk with the folks at Road Bridge and see whether it makes sense to have them do it. Alvarado Open Space Park. The Open Space Commission had a small subcommittee that put together a management plan on how they envision the park looking in the next couple of years, and they intend to continue to work beyond that and look with a longer time frame. We are currently working with the recreation team on a list of priority projects for next year and then the year or so beyond, and that plays into the budget and plays into sort of how you see the site plan developing. This summer, the rec team and the trails crew, actually the trails crew more than the rec team, completed what's called the Moose Walk Trail. And it's a trail that takes people over on I call it the highway side, but the other side of the creek. We had a trail around the pond before, and now we have another loop that people can engage in. And there's actually, if I flipped it, we got pictures.
In terms of process, that the master plan, now that it's been completed by open space, does that come to us? Are we going to have a work session on that?
I think we should.
This is kind of a general question for when we have a piece of property that open space owns and the Open Space Commission makes a plan for it. Does that require BOCC approval? Does the board, I'll speak for myself instead of being cryptic. I think it makes sense that the board would take a look at it and approve it. Yep. Or change it and then approve it.
Yeah,
if I could add a little bit to that. That's, kind of how we've done things in the past, George. And one of the reasons is when the Open Space Commission has completed one of these plans, that we end up with specific rules of use for the specific property that we're dealing with. And working with Sheriff Albers, he needs to have those specific rules approved by the Board of County Commissioners so he can legally enforce those rules without going through, say, like a trespass court case or something. So it's really key that, yes, we have those approved by you folks, and that makes it legally enforceable by the Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement agencies.
That's another great reason. I think, hopefully this can be the start of, starting to comprehend a process where the commission does this kind of proactive planning, the board takes a look at it and approves it, with the changes that we want to make. And enough said.
Okay, it kind of makes sense with respect to the strategic direction you're asking of the board,
Exactly.
right? They set that plan, you adopt it, staff goes and implements it.
Next one. Okay, the cement house, which those of you who have driven the canyon have seen on your right as you go down the canyon, is a very old building built, we think, in the 20s out of cinder block that's disintegrating. It has been on our list to deal with for several years, and it's a complicated process to demolish a building. But we actually, this says asbestos abatement is underway. I got an email from the asbestos abatement contractor yesterday. It has been completed. It has, in order to, once they're done, they have to have somebody who's an outside person do an air test and a site, a physical test, whatever, to make sure it's clear of asbestos. They got all the approvals, so that is done. So now I have drafted a request for bids for demolition, and I need to write an ad, and we'll be able to put the RFB on the website and advertise to get contractors. So we'll have that out for a couple weeks and then make decisions. And so demolition should be completed by the end of the year. And this is going to be done protecting, what I forgot to say, inside the cement building or on the end of it is a radium mine that was done in, what do you think, probably the same time period?
Same time
period?
1920s, 1930s.
And people used to take the train from Denver up like towards Georgetown, and they would stop there and take the baths and go sit in this radium mine and breathe in the stuff because it was supposed to be good for you. And there also was if you go in, there's like benches carved out of stone that you can sit on. And there's a place where they carved I'll call it a rectangle, but a box into the ground, into the rock, and it's filled with water that is radium water, and you would put your feet in or do whatever you did with it. So anyways, it's there. It has a mine bat gate on it put on by Department of Mining Reclamation. We would like to have the building demolished and not destroy this. It's a historical important thing, and hopefully it's safe. But and it's, if we can keep people out, then it's safe. So that's what we're intending to have done, and we'll see if we can succeed. It's most of this outside part that's not the mine going into the ground is stacked rock that is a wall that then has a roof over it. That's, I think, a rock outcrop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, anyways, we'll see.
And the Greenwood Trail will go right past this. It's right in the Greenwood will be like in the front yard of the building.
Yeah, the old railroad.
That's where the railroad tracks went
right
through there. So it's neat place.
So next slide. Okay. One of the things that the Open Space Commission is doing that is in response to the discussions about roles and such is we are looking at how we will. And Bob Judge came up with this, and so it's how we will effort, and it's how will we communicate to voters, how will we acquire open space land, et cetera. And you guys can read the list of activities. And so the open space members have divided into small groups who are working, two or three people are working on each topic and coming up with plans on how the Open Space Commission will pursue these. And so communicate to voters, I don't think it happened, but they're trying to meet with Megan to figure out what she's doing, what's going on social media, what other things are going on, how do we reach out, something like that. How do we reach out to students and interface with the school district, those kinds of things. But anyway, so there's those. So that's been a big effort. It'll take another, I'd say, 6 months, and you'll see some product coming out of it because people have to sort of gel and come up with ideas and such. So next. We've been working with the recreation team over the last year. As we mentioned earlier, working on identifying projects and prioritizing them at Alvarado Open Space Park. As we also identified 4 other areas, Floyd Hill, Geneva Basin, Iron Fence, Sheep Keep, and Alps Mountain, as areas that we wanted to develop a management plan similar to what we've done with the Alvarado Open Space Park. The thought is the Alvarado plan sets a template for what kind of information and how to structure it. And so once again, we have small groups who have adopted a particular area and they're working on developing those plans. So we will develop the plans, work with them through our groups and working with the rec team, and then we will present them to you. We also are working on entrance signs and an overall sign plan with the rec team, and we worked with them on budget development, and there's a direct correlation between things like the projects we identified and prioritized at Alvarado Open Space Park and what we used to build the budget. And actually, we fed it into Amy, who built the budget more accurately. But it's based off of having identified specific efforts. Next.
So one of the things on the slide, a principle I try to live by in leadership is the idea of early feedback, right? It can be a lot less frustrating when feedback is received early on in a project. And we have, I heard you say that the Alvarado open space plan is going to be the model for these other plans. And I think us having an opportunity to take a look at that plan, give you feedback on the structure, is it, might help before you run too far down the road with these plans, achieve that goal where the feedback happens in time for you not to have wasted effort.
And I'm pretty sure based on what I saw, the email that Amy sent to Brian, you have a copy of it. It was in your packet. Am I right? That was,
Well, I did include it in a.
It did not make it to the packet.
oh, it did not make it to the packet. Okay, because I wasn't sure. It's okay. No, that's fine. I saw that, but I didn't see the packet. Okay.
Scheduling it for a work session makes the most sense.
No, that's fine. I just thought that they actually,
Provide the feedback.
I just thought if you actually had it, so.
True.
So yes, we'll schedule a work session on. Good. Okay. Other efforts that are in progress that you folks have heard about before, but just to let you know, they're still underway. The Waldorf Mill Site donation is, I think Becky thought that the EA was going to be finalized probably last week. And we're going to schedule a meeting with Peter and Becky and I and Frank to figure out what the last pieces are that need to be done to bring to you the process that whatever you have to accept the deed. And I presume it's a resolution that accepts the deed. But anyways, that's coming. It's in process. The Silver Plume Mountain Project land purchase, which we are giving 100,000, memory? I think it's 100,000. Is making great strides. The town of Silver Plume has done everything from having at the beer bar, they've had fundraisers and done other things, and they're being quite successful. And they got a $15,000 planning grant to figure out what you would do at the node that's right off of the Greenway at the bottom of the part of this project. You get right down by US 40 there, or the frontage road, whatever. It's 6 there. Sorry, it's 6. And the idea is that you would have a place for people to park and have a easy going trail that would take people up to see the mining stuff that's easily accessible for just those of you who can climb the 730 trail and go up on top. There was a request from some of the potential grant funders to have that developed to a conceptual level. And so Cindy got money from the History Colorado to do that. So anyway, she's in the process of getting grant applications in. So that is expected to close next March. And then you've heard lots about the CDOT Floyd Hill project, but we are involved in that because it's going to go right across at least one of our parcels, but actually several of our parcels. That whole stretch from Hidden Valley to under the Floyd Hill bridges includes the Sawmill Gulch, as well as we have, it was called the Simpson property when we bought it, but it's along the way there. It's where there's a meadow. So there's a couple parcels of open space that are involved in where the viaduct's going and whatever. So I've been involved in some of the meetings, and the geotech survey, they're going to do testing. We talked to the open space knows about it. And when we get to the right of way acquisition process with CDOT, the process of how that happens, and the fact that it was used, open space funds were used, means that when CDOT pays money, they're going to have to turn around and it needs to go back into the open space fund, because that's what it was used, and that's under the ballot initiative. That was what was established. So, but anyways, we're monitoring it, and particularly where the trail, we did a walk where we walked the Greenway under what's going to be the Floyd Hill bridges, the viaducts, to see what the implications were going to be for the Greenway. So we've been involved in that. Next. And for that, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you, and we'll take questions.
I kind of got mine out.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
If we got time, I'd just like to add a couple more interesting points. With the Alvarado Open Space Park, this new trail we mentioned, the Moose Walk Trail, because moose had been spotted in lately. that it goes through that wonderful cottonwood stand that's between the creek and the freeway. And those riparian cottonwood stands like that, riparian mature cottonwood stands, used to stretch the whole length of Clear Creek down to the junction to the Platte River. And most of them have been wiped out for various reasons over the last century and a half or more. So it's really neat that we've got that illustrative example of what the valley floor used to look like. And now that we have that, the trail established, we manage the use of that rather than just folks just kind of wandering through. And so that's just a little addition to your information there. And I also want to mention also the radium mine at the cement house location. If you're really astute and go to some of the antique shops and junk shops around the county, you can still find the little tickets. You could visit for 20 minutes. And then they were sort of printed up, and they said they show up once in a while to say a little bit of Clear Creek County history, that you see it, grab it. It would be good to have in the county memory somewhere. So just wanted to throw those in.
Because it would be too good for your health if you stayed for longer than 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think even the 20 minutes might have been questionable, but.
But it might have something to do with the train schedule too. When you think of it, that, you're stopping the train, when's the next train from Georgetown come back down the line, that kind of thing. So, yeah. But,
Yeah, now we call radium mines basements. Right?
And
We each have one. Some of them have been mitigated, but anybody who wants to experience the health impacts of radon gas is welcome to come hang out in my basement for a while.
Unmitigated, it sounds like.
Yeah, perhaps Pierre and Marie Curie will come over and join you.
There's still an operating radon bath place. It's in Wyoming or South Dakota.
Oh, really?
Really?
I found this when we were talking radon gas with Charlotte. And that,
Do they make you sign a
on
waiver?
the risks of radon gas too, apparently, and you can pay to go there.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
When Joan Drury, who used to be a commissioner, talks about her father bringing home rocks and things from the mine and them playing with them and not thinking twice about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Different era.
What is the status of the different organizational documents that we have circulated, and you guys have looked at them and reviewed them? I think through our conversations between you and I and Bob Judge and some folks from your team, have there been any modifications to those? I know we did a couple of other views of things and the kind of the 30,000 foot level going down. Because I think this process has been going on for quite a while.
I think we're ready. I mean, we could certainly have them on their board, their commission meeting agenda next week on Wednesday. I mean, they haven't changed since they've seen them last, so we could give them one final look at them and then bring them back to the boards for approval. So we're talking bylaw changes, we're talking changes to the purchasing policy. Anything else?
Staffing.
We already did staffing.
We already did staffing.
Yeah, okay.
The main, the more meaty change is the plans and policies document.
Yeah.
I guess my understanding from Bob, which you guys took a break sort of after July or early in July somewhere, was that I think my understanding was that there was going to be another meeting or two with you and Brian, whoever the small group was. The small group was going to meet again.
I'd be happy to meet one more time before your meeting. I think we reached a point where there were a few things that we couldn't agree on, and we need to move forward.
Yeah, we don't know what the specifics were. We just knew that you guys still had things out there.
Documents have not changed since the commission has seen them last, so. But we'll get them to your meeting agenda on the 12th.
Well,
Okay.
the substance of the documents have not changed, no. The goals that the commissioners have had have not changed. I mean, I think, you know, how what the red line document for the plans and policies document and how that ends up being in a final version is, you know, is not exactly the same as the red line version that has been distributed to the Open Space Commission. But that document obviously has been out there since November, and it does have substantive material in it, and so the status of that document is not irrelevant.
It just as a reminder, those are the red line documents that generated the meetings that ultimately happened between you and I, Bob, so.
Yeah, I mean, I wish Bob could be here to speak for himself too. Speaking for myself, I believe we kind of reached consensus on everything potentially except for the purchasing authority. And that's one, after speaking to the county attorney, we're just really not in a position to extend that authority to volunteers. We probably shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
I guess what would be helpful when it comes to the board would just be to see what are the changes where there is disagreement. Would be helpful for me to.
I think that would.
The purchasing authority.
I think that's largely it.
Yeah.
Well, that would be pretty easy to.
The fact that the chair has purchasing authority, that's the one where we didn't, you did not.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, the status of the plans and policies document may need some attention, but that is the document that specifically assigns management authority to the Open Space Commission, and also assigned the authority to employ staff, and just how to, and it has other material in it as well, and that is the document that's been in place since 2001.
And that has nothing to do with the ballot initiative. That was something created by a previous Board of County Commissioners. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So one more meeting with Bob?
If he's available, I can find a time. If not, I think we need to move forward.
And I think because we've been waiting for, and I'm speaking probably out of turn, but anyways, because the meetings have been going on and the Open Space Commission members have been updated but haven't been in on the specifics, I guess I wouldn't expect that if you give it to them on the 12th, that they're not going to want to have some time to consider it and think about it before and raise questions with you before they actually, if they have to vote on it or agree on it or whatever. I think it feels a little bit like it's being sprung on them.
Since last November?
Yeah.
But since last November, it was put out there, and then we went into these series of meetings where things were supposed to be worked out, and they've been given updates. They have not been given, what they think, I think, is that things have been being discussed and there's things hanging out there. They would like to see the list like that George just asked about, if there's things or how, I'm just saying that they haven't been looking at it since last November because these meetings were going on. And so I'm saying it feels a little bit like it's being sprung on them, even though, even if it's the same documents, giving them the courtesy that here's where we are, we had this meetings, this is where we're coming down. We're going to give it to you and tell you that that's what's happening, and then give them some time to look at it. I don't know, I may be speaking out of turn because I'm not the commission, but
I'll just reinforce this thing about, I would ask that you give the Open Space Commission some time to analyze, because the small group discussions that have been going on for the last 6 months, 8 months or whatever, have not been privy to all the Open Space Commission members. And so I think the Open Space Commission will need time to read through what the latest versions of whatever's come out of the small group meetings, discussions. And so I just ask that as a courtesy, that
I wasn't
give us some time to consider.
I wasn't under the impression that Bob hadn't been sharing with you everything that was going on. So
he's sharing, but he's sharing, I want to say a broad summary rather than specifics.
Right.
And I guess what I can envision, knowing the people that are on the commission, if you give them those couple weeks, I think there's in their mind, they'd want to know, how would we handle situation X? And hopefully you and Amy and whoever could come back and say, in this situation, this is how this would work. Because in order to know how they're going to operate and how things are going to operate, dealing with some case studies, that kind of question, then they know what to expect. Does that make sense? Am I communicating?
Here's a thought that I have, a proposal that I have. The purchasing authority is not something that is going to have any signatures from your team anyway.
Yes.
So my thought is that we bring that up in our next meeting in 2 weeks, and we can have a discussion about that, and we can either approve it or we can do something else.
Okay.
The other one, and I'm just speaking for myself, I don't think that one is quite as urgent, but that is something that needs to get done soon. Like, we're not talking about that one next year.
Right, no, that's the purchase. What I'm talking about are the policies and planning piece and how that functions. If you're going to change the purchasing policy, change the purchasing policy. That's a very straightforward.
What I think I hear is that we said, hey, it was said that you have a meeting. Why don't you guys do the meeting, get some feedback? We'll have a meeting. We'll consider the documents. What I think I hear you asking is, can you give us 2 meetings? And if you're asking for 2 meetings, I think that's reasonable. That still gives us a timeline to get this done this year. I think we should. We've been having this conversation for way too long.
Are you including the purchasing policy in that? I mean, I think that one's kind of cut and dried. I mean, we could go to the next commission meeting and walk through the other documents, highlighting what the changes are, allow them to digest them, and then come back to their next meeting, and answer any questions that they have on those other policy documents.
Yeah, and October 12th is, a lot of us are going to be at Emerge. So.
That's their meeting. I was talking.
That's not a BOCC meeting.
I know. I'm just saying, in terms of you being able to go present to them, maybe you won't be at Emerge. But anyway, I don't need to get all the way into the weeds. Basically, generally speaking, if you're asking for an extra meeting, as far as I'm concerned, that's not that hard to accommodate.
And I don't disagree. The purchasing policy is not going to change. It's cut and dried. It's who do I give something to sign, and that's not a problem. It's the ambiguities that I think in the plans and policies that I think people will have some questions about.
Yeah, they would need some time to digest, but yeah, purchasing policy
I think
is solved. I think it's solved. All you have to do is formalize it.
Go ahead, Randy.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't, Frank, pause for a moment. I want to make sure he said everything he said first, or wanted to say. You got it?
Go ahead.
Which one? So let me just say that I agree with George, and I understand the phasing of the meetings and the ability to be able to have the discussions. And George is right about the Emerge meeting, and I don't think it is getting too far into the weeds to say that that might limit even our ability to communicate effectively. With regard to having to go ahead and hit the purchasing policy at the next meeting, that's not really that important to me because we know the outcome anyway. That's a done deal. We know what it has to be. And so to do the courtesy of letting them have the opportunity to see this, they're volunteers, it's a volunteer board, have the time to receive it on the 12th and digest it and process it in time for our next meeting. I can understand that they may need conversations that could go beyond just what happens in their meeting. So giving them at least until our first meeting in November seems completely reasonable. If it needs to go beyond that, that could be a point of discussion for me. But just as long as we get it done this year, that's what's important, and understand it, get it out of the way.
The only thing I'll push back on slightly, I'm not hearing any pushback from open space at all on getting the purchasing agreement done. So I think we should just get it done, and then we can have a conversation and a work session regarding everything else at the same meeting in 2 weeks.
And I think
Not a big deal for me. Sorry.
From a scheduling standpoint, we have time to do that. We could take the documents to their October 12th meeting, walk through the changes that are there, then come back to their meeting in November, because our first meeting in November with you is going to be all budget focused. So we'll go back to them in their November meeting, answer any questions that they have on those policy documents, be prepared in time to bring it to you I say that, that might be the same week. I think our second meeting in November is the 15th, somewhere in there. But we'll figure that out. But we'll have enough time to get to them twice.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I
And
think so.
in terms of us presenting representation at the Emerge meeting and also their meeting, I mean, I'm sure we can figure that out.
I mean, I think Amy's gonna be at the open space
I
meeting.
will.
So she can handle going through the documents, so.
Our meeting is the 9th in November, and you just said you guys are the 15th?
Yeah.
So,
October meeting.
no, November.
Well, we were talking about both.
November.
Well, the emerge conflict is in it.
Right, but no, he was.
That should work.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a plan.
So
Yeah, right.
the only thing I just want to make sure we all understand is that as long as the open space plans and policies document from 2001 is not rescinded, the Open Space Commission has management authority, which is not the way you are directing me to operate, Brian.
Right.
And so we have a conflict.
Right. And we're talking about having it going on for a few more weeks, which I think is okay.
Okay,
And what she means by that is
Yeah,
who she gets her direction from.
yeah.
I get it.
And we are also right now going forward with a variety of processes that the Open Space Commission is designing plans and procedures, developing management plans,
Yeah.
and doing a bunch of things based on a document that right now is at a minimum in a draft form that arguably is not in full, in normal status. And so it's just gray, and things are moving forward in different directions based on different assumptions. And so that creates
Ambiguity.
and it's
Right.
been that way now for a long time, and maybe 2 more weeks or 4 more weeks or 6 more weeks or 8 more weeks or 9 more weeks or 6 more months does not matter, but maybe it does. And so
2 months, we'll get through it.
we could also rescind the 2001 plans and policies document at the same time that we do the purchasing policy change, and then work to replace it with something.
All right.
Then you don't have anything in.
Not right here, right now, but I don't think that's a bad idea. But you're expressing the reasons why I wanted to bring this up today, and I wanted to add some urgency to this, and I don't want to keep kicking the ball down the road.
Right.
And want at least to get some progress by getting the purchasing policy figured out next meeting, and then have a clear path next meeting for a finish line to this that is before Thanksgiving,
Okay,
in my opinion.
Perfect. We'll make it work.
thank you.
And just, you're totally right. 6 months is unacceptable. We proposed 1, they asked for 1 more, 2 meetings.
It's November. Yep.
We're talking the second meeting in November at this point though, right? So that's.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any final words?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for all your efforts. Thanks for your volunteers.
Want this back?
I would want that.
We'll conclude our programming for today, and we have one last item. We're having an executive session, so the board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 246424B for the county attorney to conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning current and potential claims and litigation against Clear Creek Sheriff's Office.
Second.
Sorry. I was kicking you for the second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made.
Okay.
See everybody in 2 weeks.
Well, we'll return to the.
Oh, yeah, right. We will return, but for just the purpose of closing out the public meeting, there will be no more content.
Can you hear me, Beth? I can't hear you.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Sean. I thought Sean was gonna be done right after the regular session. I thought he was like ready to go, like mine just checked out.
Did you get anything? Did you hear the eating?
Yeah, he goes through two times.
Oh, yeah.
As a courtesy, that I was feeding the garbage out there.
It's a courtesy to everyone. Grandma and your
In the past, when you would have had, when you had your on-site meeting, wouldn't you like have sandwiches?
Like an hour break. And I would go over to like Mountain Buzz.
Okay.
Over there.
I just typically a lot of times, well, El Paso would consistently have, because they met twice a week, it's a big county, but they would have, finished up usually by 12 and then go into the executive session and then they'd have the sandwiches to do the executive session.
I think we should do that. I mean, obviously, yeah, food,
Yeah.
You guys might have to do it through here because she's in there, I think. Just, all you're gonna do is close it out. I might just have you because I can't get out.
Has anybody adjourned yet? I was sort of waiting for the meeting to start.
Not yet.
Okay, I can hear everybody talking in the background. That's why I was,
Right, that's me. Sorry, it's me.
yeah.
All right. So you can see George and I are back here, but we've returned from our executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and this concludes our meeting of the Board of County Commissioners today. See everybody in 2 weeks.